Hey, what? Doing my usual get everything started plan here, and decided I'd stream on Kick as well tonight, and as you can tell, oops, they don't mute their audio in the back end, so it's just, hey, I forgot, okay, don't hate. I mean, you can hate if you want. I would hate, because, you know, why not? Probably deserved. Okay, this is some quiet music. Maybe we can do not so quiet. Like, I don't want something that's just like, you know, light up the dance floor type of who knows what, but not something too quiet. Unless I'm in the thick of it and just, that's just what I'm doing at that point. Yeah. We got the stream stuff all up here. I suppose the combined chat should be up. Probably a good idea. Probably handy, for sure. Alright, then tell the Discord. One of these days I will automate everything, I guess. You already automate the YouTube one though, since it doesn't actually have a... all the link things are unique, so... Seems like it wouldn't work as well, but maybe there's a trick I don't know about. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was. When was the last time I streamed on Kick? Here we go, and the Kick link as well. It can be everything to everyone. Wait, that doesn't actually, in my channel. So it works. It's where the Discord doesn't have a tiny little preview for it, but whatever. And I need the link for chat. Even though I haven't even checked my wish list in forever, I just add it just in case. Unable to pin? What's your problem, Twitch? Whatever. It says 3 viewers. 3 viewers on Kick already. Interesting. But statistically, they're usually bots. Not the number of bots. I used to joke that if there were no bots on Kick, there wouldn't be anyone there at all. Very true. Well, probably not, but sure felt like it. Alright. That's all set up. And then I should be good. I guess I need my to-do list as well. Took a brief nap beforehand because, well, if I stream at this time, I don't have enough time to sleep 8 straight hours before I usually have to get up and do things. Unfortunately. So funny, this thing got the death tag on it just because it was like, I guess it was gonna be a model for like it dying or something. I don't remember, but it wasn't the main one there. But it already had the name, but this is the one that worked and it had some weird animation attached to it. It was some bizarre mess up error that caused it to have this jumping animation that it just worked out like that. So this one just got to be the one, and it kept the weird name even though it wasn't the name I was going to use in the game for it. It was so long ago I don't remember the exact details behind it, but it was just because it was tied to that weird jumping animation with how it died. An Annie bell. Oh. I guess it's actually technically 2 words. I need the content drawer here. Actually, I need to make a dupe of this thing. This one's gonna be a little weird because that has firecracker attached to it. But the firecracker could just be merged with the actual toy too. That's true, it could. And then I would be able to not worry about it. Huh. Alright, let's do that. I don't really want it to be 2 different things. Because that's just more assets to be thrown around, and okay, that nav mesh doesn't need to really be here. Whoa there, buddy. Maybe 5.8 will fix that bug too. Sometimes if it's all the way at the bottom, it'll just start jerking up and down uncontrollably on this. No real reason, just because. Everyone's favorite suicide bomber. I gotta make them have more health. I really need to make the enemies just a lot more varied in how they fight and give them more health. Like, just really improve the combat. But that's a future me problem for sure. Yeah. There we go. Now it's merged together, so this way I can just add it to the thing and it will not represent 2 different objects that have physics attached to them. It'll just be one that has physics attached to it. Which I think will be much better. And then I need to duplicate the other thing. I don't need to duplicate it, but I'm being lazy, so because this one's already set up to do what I want. Let's put one out here real fast so I don't have to find it again. Get this selected. There, and I believe there's an extra one else here, yeah. Well, that's huge mungus, but not surprising because this one's set at 4 and it doesn't need to be. Probably 1's correct since I merged it when it was already large. We could make this where it's flush with the ground so I don't always move them up. No, it said it's the base. Never mind. More effort than it's worth. It is so hard to see these on and like, touching the ground in the dark. Wait, what am I doing? I don't care. And the reasoning for it is I'm going to create a level instance anyway. And then change all the numbers inside it anyway. I could rig them to explode, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that. The particular things we're talking about here aren't really rigged for that. Let's delete all this crap. I don't need them. Okay, and then the level is got to open this up. I'll first save everything. I'm not either. And this track's already kind of interesting near the very end of it. And then it just goes away. That's lame. Let's do like 6 across and just go from there. Nah, 7. I love how dangerous the toys were in like the 20s and 30s and things like that. Where you get like, you know, chemistry kits with all the elements, even the radioactive ones. That was good times, right? Like I was there or something. Yes, I'm a time traveler and I came all the way to this future and I didn't bother to go farther ahead with to where the AI girlfriends are. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were definitely made. We're not far off though, at least, so there's that. Actually, just be like the AI sex bots, right? I remember saying that, you know, all Musk needs to do is buy the real doll factories at this point because he's got his Optimus bots and he's already got, you know, the Grok AI that already has the whole Annie thing built in like that, so now he just needs to make the bots feel like women, and he's already done. He can already end humanity. He's close. Oh, there you go. The first message thing is, of course, a bot. Is it on Kick? Is it on Kick? Actually, no, this one's on Twitch. Oh, how sad. Oh, why did I ban that thing? The loading is really slow in here for some reason. Guess first load is worst load, huh? Oh, I remember the problem here. These don't have collision.
Well, half of them does, but the other half doesn't, so they'll never stand correctly. Because I merged them before I did that. Oh, I can just add a cube around them. I don't really care. Sure.
I could actually put them inside of a blueprint and then use the little collisions in there to come up with a better collision, then merge that, and that would be even better, but I don't care. Don't care. It doesn't got to be that perfect. Not for this. These are just stupid things to throw around. But often load in too slow. Oh, probably because those aren't actually in the Creepy Curios thing, so they won't load in time, and those load at the wrong time too, so... This is going to be a real problem, this particular room. It's going to be a test of my ability to optimize to make it work. I mean, Charlotte's not going to probably be in here anyway. I just put her in there as an example of how big she was. The models are too big for her to mess with, so she won't really be able to move those. I just want all the little toys to be interactable. The other thing I was going to do was impose a bit of a weight, I think. But it might give me an error if I do this. A lot of things that I end up not using. They just got thrown out. Why don't I just pose like a... just a delay actually. I give like a 1 second delay before it starts its BS and sets itself to do what it does. That should make them all effectively fly for a bit while stuff loads. Might still not be that good though, because there's no guarantee that 1 second causes everything to load. A little better. They still move. I kind of don't want enemies room just because you could throw things around and mess with things, and that's just not something you get to do very often. Plus there's a store in here. And this is a hidden room anyway. So you have to do a bunch of extra crap to find it. And if you fail, then you get nothing. It'd be pretty bad because there's potentially 4 levels in here. You gotta buy them all, but That'd be not good to miss that. So I still have to do those ones down there, and then I could impose a slightly longer wait just to be certain that it typically loads a little better. Like a 2-second wait. Should never matter that much. Why do those two load separately? Are they not part of the same thing? It's like these last two load separately or something, but it should be part of the same instance. Yeah, it is. There's just a lot of objects to load in this room though. Even the balls too, there's quite a few balls in there as well. I might want to reduce the number of balls in there. There's quite a few movable objects there, but they all kind of interact with each other. And I still gotta get more toys in here. Let's get rid of Charlotte though. I hadn't really intended her to be in here, so. And she doesn't, I mean, her little fog effects aren't exactly free. For sure. I wish you could reorder these so bad. Well, I just delete this. I don't need a space in it. Oops. A little better. I mean, obviously it wouldn't load directly into the room anyway, so there's that. Yay! Boom, 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 boom. Whoa, 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 whoa! The collision on those is wild. They're supposed to be a cube. What a fun room. Because it actually makes things feel like toys. Why did it remember where they're at? That's interesting. It shouldn't remember. It didn't remember on the Annie bells.
I definitely don't want to load these directly into there, so I might have those pop in anyway, even though I don't know if I want that. But to be fair, you'll be able to look at these windows. And then this door. That's a huge number of assets that just will be loaded in. Being able to look through is kind of important, though. You wouldn't be able to see the balls, probably. You could probably not load those in. Seems unlikely. Maybe from over here you could probably see it. I guess. Whatever. That's a hefty load for that, kinda. I don't know. Oops. That's holding control, but nope. I was holding alt or something. I wish everything alphabetized itself. It'd be so nice. And this. And nope. If I had thought about it, I would put this door somewhere like where they wouldn't notice all the loading if I could, you know, like where, like, you know, you wouldn't be able to see much into the room. Nah, I wouldn't have it in the center. Like in a real store, this seems like it makes a lot of sense, but I think that fell anyway. These are in the Safari room too. They just load in the wrong order sometimes. And then everything falls. Oh. Hey, Rudra 9907. I have a CS bachelor's degree under process. I've been coding fast. It's been a month since I started uni. I've learned it. I'm sick now. I stick on it for 2 more months. Friday on 3D graphics. Nice engine. I moved to UE. I mean, if you already know how to do, you know, coding, you could. There's already C++ in the engine. So. I mean, I just use blueprints exclusively, and I don't have any particular degree. The way I learned to do it was I just found a tutorial on how to make a game, you know, just a multi-video thing, and then I just started, you know, going, okay, well, I followed that one there, and then I was like, okay, well, I want to add things to my game, so I want this feature, and I was like, okay, well, how do I find a video on how to add that feature? But they both start from square one. They start from like a blank project, and in trying to figure out how to meld those together, you'll learn a lot. Just remember to keep backups of your project, so if you break things, it's easier to often backpedal the project than try to figure out what you broke. Not always, but yeah, and learning how to meld together a bunch of tutorials, I learned quite a bit. Yeah, when you first make a project, if you select a C++ project, it also enables blueprints, but if you select the blueprints project, you can't use C++. So I would, recommend that if that's your plan. As for how easy it is to use C++ in the project, I've seen people try to use it. I mean, I don't know C++, so for me, obviously, it's not that easy, but people use it, so it must be not that hard. Yeah, I don't recommend it. The reason I got into this engine was because I went from doing JavaScript all the time and having to type out code, and I was like, oh man, this is such a pain. And then this is just like, oh, you just drag nodes all over the place and connect them, and every node is just basically a container of C++ anyway. And you can actually open it and edit it if I saw the stuff installed to do so in Visual Studio. So you can actually edit what's inside a node, but I don't think I have Visual Studio installed at the moment because I don't think I need it, to be honest. Otherwise, it would normally open it. But yeah, you can actually, if you have a blueprint, if you have a C++ project, you can actually open these nodes up in the engine and edit what's inside them. I don't know why you would ever edit the base nodes. I would assume you want to create your own, but Now, to be honest, I love typing out my code. I cleared ASIC Unity in a month. It was fun learning C#. That's fair. I just found that it was easier to build stuff, like it's just much faster to prototype out and build a whole game in general without ever, needing to type things. Like, because I can drag a node out super fast and start connecting them up and everything, and then typing that same amount out takes a lot longer. And then I can easily move things around. It's like, say I don't like these here, and with the other code, I'd have to, retype it out or copy paste things like that. But I could be like, no, I'd like to go in this order. And now suddenly the code operates in this order. Obviously, I don't want to do that, but so it's easy to move code around. It's also easy to, well, I mean, I guess with typed out code, it's not that hard to have, code that's modular as well. So I know I had lots of different little files when I was doing JavaScript stuff. So, back when I was editing the RPG Maker engine. Oh, well, thanks for hanging out and dropping by. I stream most nights around this time, usually for like 2 or 3 hours. It's just kind of an after work sort of thing. So, if you get bored, I will be here trying to get a lot of different things to load in here. Interactables. So many. They load, just not always in the correct order. Yeah, those is loaded slow. Wait, is this just passable? Oh, I didn't realize this had no collision on it. Of course it has no collision. I forgot to do that. My bad. That one's on me. I'll have to add collision to it. Yay! Add collision. Wait, why are you here? I don't know. But you don't need to be. These need collision. I guess I switched them to this material, so I'm just going to do it in the actual thing. Oops. Come on. Got it selected on there. Let's change it on this one.
These look much better with that material. The other material looks terrible with it. Hey, Helm Vector. Yeah, well, you know, the health problems just kind of making life hard for a while and keep recurring. So I started, I think, what, 3 days ago? 2 days ago? I decided I would just start doing little short streams, like 2 or 3 hours around this time. But nothing too long, because that seems to lead to health problems, and game's never going to get finished for that. But overall, I think I'm doing okay. Health problems came back a little bit just after I came back anyway. So I was like, okay, well, I went like a 46-day break, and I think before that was like a 2-month break. Let's just say the game's progress has been terrible. Really, really bad. Like, really, really bad. So how you been? Maybe a complex collision. This, I guess I have to, don't I? Not that I think I want to. And then Poppet will pop up against it. I'm adding toys that are movable into this room. So you can ram them all. So I popped another day. Look after your cell. Small bite-sized sounds like a plan. Yeah, pretty much. Ease myself back in, as they say. Heat wave in Europe? Oh, yeah. Yeah, someone was complaining that to me, but, you know, like, it's so funny because I'm in California and the heat's just so much greater here that I'm just like, okay. Like, because we're in summer and it's about 105, you know, Fahrenheit most days. And can spike to 115 Fahrenheit. Yeah, exactly. But I guess you guys probably don't have AC necessarily, depending upon where you're at. So I could see that being a thing. It's like when I lived up in the Oregon metro area, or the Portland metro area, and they didn't have AC in places. But there was like 1 month out of the year it was kind of miserable because the humidity was gross. You'd have like 90% humidity, and then, you know, it'd be like 90 degrees or something, but that just makes it pretty awful, honestly. Okay, these collide in funny ways, by the way, when you slam them into each other. Everything squeaks for no reason. It's fair, yeah. I forget there's life outside the US. Who am I kidding? I forget there's life outside of California. Do you know how often I leave California? I really don't. It's very unusual. The last time I left California was over 10 years ago, for sure. Probably been about at least 16 years since I've left California. There's no real reason to leave it, to be honest. Like, I don't know where I would go. I mean, Nevada's shitty. It's a giant desert. It's horrible to look at. We're not that far from Reno. I think it's about 4 hours driving to Reno from here.
but I don't really gamble, nor do I enjoy gambling games particularly. And there's really nothing to recommend going there. And Tahoe's around, but I don't ski or anything. I don't like being cold. There's a really pretty lake. I mean, Lake Tahoe is pretty. I've definitely gone across that on a thing before, but once you've been there, well, at least, yeah, I think I've been there like 3 or 4 times. Wasn't that great. Just, and Oregon's, well, Southern Oregon's beautiful. But to be fair, much of Northern California is beautiful too. So if you just want a bunch of trees, you don't really have to go far. You have a bunch of trees. I've really only been to, you know, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. I was about 50 miles from the border of Idaho. I thought about going there, but at the time I had taken a train up there and didn't have my car. I was visiting friends and they were driving around, so we would have had to convince them or something, and nobody had a real reason to go to Idaho. The US is very big. And I don't exactly have the traveler's curiosity if you haven't figured that out. I really don't. You know, it's fine. I was going to lock this down so it couldn't move at first, I think. Well, simulate physics is not even defaulted on. Right? Yeah, simulate physics isn't even on. I'll flip the fan on real quick, 1 second. Speaking of it being warm, my monster of a computer with its double graphics cards and its, you know, giant box, no, it's not giant box with 12 fans in it, pretty much is a heater during the winter. It's a heater during the summer too. I love it during the winter. During the summer, it's the worst thing ever. So funny because, you know, when I wasn't streaming and doing any game dev, I had like no reason to have this computer. Like, I was watching shows on it at best. I could have just had a tablet and it would have accomplished the same thing. Yeah, this default's off. Should be fine. I'm gonna clean this up a bit. So you've been working on any projects? Anything exciting? This should actually just be all in here. Really? That one was on me. I should have undid the comment thing and then did it. Grinded through life? That's fair. Gotta make all the monies, you know? They're not gonna make themselves, they need your help. All I've done lately is farm money and magic cards. Oh, magic cards was so easy to make money. Why do I want to do game dev? So dumb. I love game dev. I want to, you know, make games. It's super fun, but man, It's like, oh, here is $1,000 card. Move $1,000 card across the table. Make $100. Okay. So I always make 10% whenever I do any kind of trading or moving cards back and forth. I'm just like, oh look, I made $100 and it took me like 5 minutes. Stupid. It's dumb. Trading Magic cards is not a dream of mine. It was kind of at one point. I used to do it for fun. Then you did it for a job. I don't do it for fun anymore. No. Gosh, yesterday some guy was like, he brings me, yeah, he brought me his binder and a bunch of cards like that, and none of them were sorted, so I had to scan through them all to see what was bulk first like that. And I think the whole thing I only ended up giving about like $320 in trade for the whole stack. Most of it was bulk rares, but oh man, if you ever want to see a disgusting amount of like bulk rares for Magic, I think I have like 20,000 of everything at this point. So many. They compost into money. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's good money in it. What was I doing? I need to duplicate this. That's what I need. And I called it a pipe contraption, I guess. Sure. Probably gonna change something different, but whatever. Pipe contraption. But now they released the Final Fantasy set, and oh, I did a dumb thing there. They had a bunch of super rare versions of all the girls, and now it just started like they had a really limited print run. So now I'm just collecting them up because they're just gaining so much value so fast. I mean, I'm gonna trade them to make money. I'm not dumb. I don't want to keep them. That's silly, but I got the. Let's see, the Terra one. I think out the door was around $300 or so. I traded for it. I didn't pay $300. I'm not crazy. But, I mean, her current median price is around $550, and the store was selling it for like $300. I was like, take it. Just... okay, thanks. I was like, yeah, Terra, Herald of Hope, I think was the one. So the Final Fantasy VI Terra. And I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy VI, so keep an eye on those ones. And then Celeste Rune Knight, the Celeste card from 6. I got like one for 160 and another one for 180, and I think she's at 440 right now. $440, yeah. And the store is selling it for low. I don't normally do that to get money, but it's like, okay. I duplicated this. That's what I wanted. Confusing myself. I needed to open this first before I foolishly did that, and I need to put one out here. And then I need to get the toy I want. Actually, this is the right thing, isn't it? But yeah, Magic's dumb. As far as making money, it's just dumb. It's dumb. It's stupid. Whoa, whoa, whoa there, buddy. It's the mother of all destroyers right there. This guy duplicated one that was enlarged. Alright, so we take this one, we drop it over here. But yeah, one of the, there's like a Y'shtola. I think she's a Final Fantasy 14 character. And I should have picked up the good version of her when she was only 500. And now she's $1,000 at that store, and mids for like 1,100 or something. It's a nice looking card. I don't know about $1,100, but since I would be picking it up to make money off it, it doesn't matter to me generally. Anyway, the long story of all that is now I have some money to dedicate towards the game. I went and earned it instead. I was like, grants? Nah, fam. Let's go earn the money. What I'm gonna do with that, I don't know. So I was also explaining the big difficulty I have is that I sit down there and just kind of I just kind of make things like I can just brew something up, some weird idea, and just kind of work with it, and I don't know what to tell someone to make for me, which is pretty dumb. Oh, don't edit it that way. That's stupid. I want to go to it and open it up because I need to. It'll have the coordinates of this particular location, and I don't want that. So what we're going to do is drop an ultra dynamic sky. Set this at all zeros. Zoom in on it. Sure. This way I can have less copies of this. Like, if you have a single blueprint, then they're all considered unique. And the HLS system hates them, and it just can't instance stuff. But if you have them as a level instance, then it can like have instances of them. Like, you know, it'll just treat it as like I think it can just copy paste over and over. But then if you put all these things inside their own level instance, like you just put like multiple ones in there, then it's just one level instance for all of them. And then it just has to load the one thing. And that's why the city is, you know, 300 plus things, but it loads just fine and barely requires anything. And like the best test for that is try to move 300 objects, see how fast it moves, and then try to move one level instance and see what happens. You'll see the differences. Because it only has to calculate the location of the level instance and not all 300 objects, so it's super efficient. And now the pipe contraction thingy is going to be wherever it's at now, 1,000,000 miles away. But I'm just going to delete that one and then add it again so I don't have to find it. And boop. Oh. These you move to creepy curios, and then they have to also be added to the data layer. Yep. That's been all I've done recently. Trade magic cards. Make lots of money. Oh, I guess I did, you know, physical therapy, chiropractic, deep tissue massage. And I could have tried to fix my spine problems. Interesting why that one can't be moved. Yeah. Gotta do what I can, because they never did figure out what was wrong with me, but it doesn't really matter if, you know, as long as I... Oh, that's annoying. As long as I get it, you know, these things done, it helps. Definitely. I don't know about this adulting thing. Seems like way too much work. What are we doing here? Nah. Speaking of adulting, for whatever reason, fleas invaded the house this summer. We don't have pets. We keep it really clean in here. I don't know where they came from, but the working guess is that they went and they had a bunch of orchards nearby. And they decided to just knock all those out and start putting in houses. So I'm assuming the fleas are migrating through there over to the, like, you know, fields on the other side. Because there's still, you know, orchards over there they can, you know, just go into. And there have been, like, we put traps down, and those traps kill, like, 1,000 of those things a day. No joke. It's crazy. So I'm dealing with that and having to vacuum the entire house. This is a big house, too. I think like 40 to 50 minutes to vacuum the whole thing. Especially because I had to move a bunch of furniture. And spraying poisons and things like that just to get rid of these little bastards. They've been here for like 3 weeks. They just, yeah. Thankfully, I haven't felt like hitting my legs all of tonight, so the vacuuming is every day is proving pretty effective. Trouble is if you don't keep on them, or if you don't keep on them for like every day, new ones hatch so fast. Oh my god, sucks. I didn't want to be in this room for like those weeks. Actually, it might have been 4 weeks at this point. I don't even know. It's terrible. I hated it. All my homies hated it too. I think we're just gonna add a box around this so that it doesn't roll forever. Yeah, it'll be a little weird, but that's fine. Oh yeah, it's been nasty. Just nasty. Not a fan. Having to check my arms and legs for fleas every single day to make certain I'm not carrying them back towards like the bedroom or anything like that. Even though I have found some in there, but that room's one of the least bad rooms for sure. Yeah, it's much better. He's almost throwing too much force. So it's been exciting for sure. For sure. This room's in the demo, so I'm trying to make this room really cool because it's a secret room, so you know. It's gotta be nice. Or yeah, it's like under destroyables as toys, even though they're not destroyable. What is this? Oh, it's an activate. I think it's the one I used. Yeah, auto activate. That's the one we're looking for. It's like there's so many ways you can hide these things. Which one did we use to hide them this time? I'm so sad they're going to get rid of my cascade particles that are so much easier to work with than the garbage Niagara stuff. Because you can just rescale the size of these without doing anything, and Niagara you have to sit there and code it in there to do that. It's so annoying. That might be too big. We'll find out. This room really is going to be a lesson in optimization for sure. That seems too big. Maybe I shrink it a little bit. Because I kind of just want the central glow to be like kind of nice, and then have like the circular glow to be kind of around it, I think. Yeah, that's probably better. Centralize a little more on this one. Yep, that's my exciting life. I haven't been playing Magic with people. Like, I didn't normally play it, I just traded it. I was like, I don't have a lot of friends that I hang out with anymore. Like, 6 years of health problems made me kind of a homebody. It's like, I need to get some more friends. Like, IRL friends.
So I was like, well, all my hobbies are, you know, in front of a computer. Just solo things. It's like, this is not going to work very well here. I need something that I can do with people. So I was like, well, I used to play Magic, so maybe this. This is probably better than it was. Okay, it's funny, but they almost need to tone this down. But that is fun. It looks so funny. This is probably the room that I need to have blocks that have letters on them. But the problem with that is that's 26 different things because they have to have different letters. And there's a lot of toys in here. So I don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel about it at all. Yeah, so far everything's movable except the Patrick's. Well, I'm not going to make these movable, so I don't care. And these things here, and I got to put something in this one there. And that'll probably fill it up kind of well enough. I got to put stuff on these shelves too, but I don't know if we movable things. I might also not have this second extra set of shelves up here too. It might just be like a certain thing like that because this is kind of a little high over this. So now that this is in this corner, I probably don't need it. I need something to go over the balls too. I almost don't want a Patrick doll here though. I'm kind of going back and forth on this because this shop happens before Patrick, but I wanted to kind of show off all the enemies that were available in the level or in the chapter here. But I'd be removing the surprise on some things. And I do wonder if I want the bosses to be there or if I want the bosses to be just completely unique toys. And I think I want the boss to be unique toys. Now that I just said it out loud, I want them to be unique toys. That means Patrick shouldn't be here, if that's the case. Like, I could have spoilers for other little enemies, sure. Yeah, I don't think the Patrick should be here. I want to make that a complete surprise. Everything else, though, can be here. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep these names, but it doesn't really matter. Let's put one of these out here, so I don't have to find it later. Browse to assets so I can cheat my way in here. Oh, I have listed under enemies. That's weird. I have a huge amount of static meshes over here. I'm just gonna do this. Need to undo history real quick. Now I can delete this directory without a problem. I cannot. Object redirector. You know, I haven't done a redirector check in a while. Or I could click that. I was close. I was one off. It's fine. Update redirector references. Do it again just in case you missed any. I've seen it do that. It does miss them sometimes. For sure. Alright. Once more with feeling. Oops, don't do that. Just these three, thank you. Turn this into a level instance. If these were just static meshes, I wouldn't have to do all this, but you know. They aren't. At least now I have an idea how I'm going to do the various toy things, because there's 3 different souvenir shops. And I might have a secret abandoned toy, a souvenir shop too. Like an abandoned section of the toy place. I mean, there is an abandoned section. That's a thing. The super secret extra end stuff if you get the better ending. Yeah. This requires a lot more work, for sure. I go back and forth on how many things are necessary to get the good ending. I mean, it's largely depend upon how you handle one of the fights, I guess, near the end of the game. That's pretty much it. That'll dictate whether or not you go towards the good path or not, for sure. I'm gonna take a lesson from the Castlevania people. I don't know, I'm moving that there, see that? Like Bloodstained, where, you know, you get to it was like oh, what was that guy's name? He's the main guy who's like was your friend. And he's being controlled by this spirit in the moon, and you have to go find yourself the massive moon, and then in the final portion of the fight you have to strike the moon in order to free him from its control. Or like in Symphony of the Night, where you have to get those glasses to free Richter, or you just get a crap ending. Yeah, that kind of thing. I saw some fun with it, right? I know it's just like, you're allergic to game dev. I'm like, am I? And it's like, I guess so. I'm like, fair enough. You got me on this one. Alright, more enemies. What other enemy are we doing here? Go down here. There actually aren't that many enemies if you factor out the bosses. Yes, cheeky. No, there's a story to the game, and I've been
kind of adhering to it pretty well. I did have an alternate story idea that I thought was probably better, but I'd have to change things. I don't want to do that. I even have models for the... Well, I have a perspective model for that encounter. I have made a point of not showing off that encounter, though, and I don't plan to show off that encounter on stream necessarily. It's gonna be hard to program that encounter and not have it be a thing at some point, because that would make the whole last portion of the game something that I would have to program off stream. I don't know. People might just have to suffer spoilers if that's the thing. Or should be that invested by that point. You know, whatever. I don't know why I was saying all that during an ad break. Whatever. I don't know when ads play. Everyone's in, like, you know, countries besides the US, so they get less ads than me. Or they probably just block all the ads anyway, because I would. Twitch's ads are horrible. God damn. How does anyone watch this site? Those ads. Like, people have my permission to block all of them. I don't care. It's fine. They pay nothing anyway. Go nuts. There's the mini bugaboos. If I take a static, a skeletal mesh, and then I put an animation on it or a pose on it, and then I sit there and try to do a static mesh, do you think it keeps that pose? That's a good question. So we already have this one out there. These are just other bitey things. I don't know if I really want those to be a thing. Like, I just wanted all the different, you know, looking things. But some of these are duplicate enemies that are like for the bosses only. This isn't even part of this one there. It's going to be added later though. Well, maybe it could be in here. But I think I was going to use it in a later area for sure. There's actually a lot less unique enemies without including bosses or their minions. And I could take these void contraption thingy here. It wouldn't really light up, but I don't really want to have a bunch of ridiculous particles either. I can merge this though. As you can see, it's more than a few thingies for sure. I don't want that. I think I want the rest of them though. I gotta come up with some creative names for these. Let's see if it merges in the particle somehow. I don't think that's how it works, but I'm curious now. Maybe it did. Maybe? I kind of did. It's like a little lava lamp with floaty heads around it. I almost don't want the light in there though, because now they look like a lamp. I guess to be fair, these also have like little lights on them too. Do I want to let you hit these around? That's a good question. They're pretty big. You can pick up the other ones, though I could make them into being picked up. To be fair, the duckies are huge, so... Let's
going to be a respectable little toy place. I'm probably going to get rid of these, I think, and the plant. No, I wanted more places to use the Empress. It makes no sense to have shelves up that high when you couldn't reach over the giant Anizon's model. It may increase the price of the Anizon. It's pretty big, just saying. But to be fair, it is like, what, 1928, 1929, somewhere in there? So the prices should be really low for things. I don't know. 1920s dollhouse price. Asking the internet useless questions. Well, if you can believe an AI thingy, because that's just the top ripping, which I don't really care how accurate this is to a point. It's only got to be moderately accurate. I have it actually not terribly far off. I mean, you know, 379 is, and I had this about 350. Mostly so I could say about 350, you know, because Anizon's a total gangster like that. Not really. Evil, true. Gangsta, meh. I guess gangsters were kind of a thing around then, weren't they? Oh, it's true. The whole Dick Tracy style gangster. Or Batman, or well, actually depends on the Batman, I suppose. For sure. For sure. That one. Keep this one here. Call it a void. I saw a void contraption for now. The sign name might read something different. We'll see. Let's see. I go back and forth on the whole AI information thing like that. I've come to the conclusion that if I don't care if the result is right, then it's okay. If I want the result to be right, then it's absolute garbage because it's almost never right. Because all I did was search, you know, a bunch of random web pages that are just often complete BS. But if I don't care about the result, hear me out on this one. It's okay. If I do care, myself a level instance. Oops. I wish you could do this without opening the level. Like, you can edit one of these, but its base location and transform won't be the same. Like, it won't. It'll just move it in relation to whichever level instance you have going on here. It's not that handy. Well, I'm just gonna do two of these. That's right there.
really large with their floaty heads. Oh, oops. Delete the ultra dynamics guy. Otherwise, it'll be daylight. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. I can't wait till I get some of the later boss thingies. I should be working on Hilly. Just so I have a boss there, even if she's not perfect, it doesn't matter. But this room has to be finished because it's literally in the demo. And I've left it... Oh yeah, why'd I do that? Look where this one's at. It's all the way down here in like the... Oh man, it's way down there. In the abandoned zones. I will not load the abandoned zones. You do not get to see yet. Actually, I have loaded them, some of them before. I wouldn't load that one. Oh god. No thank you. No, 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 no. That was the last room in the game. Why would I load that? That's stupid. Well. The last room in the building, anyway. Let's try to shortcut to the end of the game, you jerks. I actually do have, I don't know what they're called. I have like basically ideas, perspective ideas. I forgot what they're called when you just have like, you know, it's a concept room. I have concept rooms for all of them. Nothing gameplay ready at all. No. No, 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 no. I think I'm gonna introduce a box around these anyway, just I don't know, let's see how they roll. Maybe I won't bother to box them. The heads might stop them from rolling really fast, which should be good enough for me, as long as they don't roll forever, because you can... It has to stop moving before the magician relinquishes it. Whatever, they can be down there. They're not in the thing yet, but... Yeah, you probably want to cube around because look how long it's still rolling. Yeah, that's not good. That's not going to be okay. I mean, I could make it where you could have multiple things and not relinquish it, and then it wouldn't matter how long it was bouncing around. It's an idea. I could also just make it where, you know, it's just has a cube around it. That'd be a little weird to move around. Oh, I could put a cylinder around it. Oh no, that'll never stop rolling though. Screw that. Nobody likes that plan. By nobody I mean me. I don't like that plan. Clicky clicky? Good, good. Let's move these to Creepy Curios. I mean, Creepy Curios could actually be the name of the entire toy place. It would probably be better than Whimsy Wonders. Initially, I envisioned it as a little less on the creepy side, but then as I make more of the little toys, it's like, you know, they might be wrong. But I can easily change the name on the door of this place. And on the front of the building. I mean, I have to remake the model, but this is actually easy to do. I just select this and just, you know, compress it with the projectors, and you just have the entire Whimsy Wonders thingy. So I can remake the model whenever I get bored. It's only 718 things, that's all. I'm debating on if I want fog or not. I started realizing that I always wanted the city to be much creepier and, you know, a bit more off, and it actually came across as almost idealized, and I was like, I don't know, idealized seems kind of crap, but I can't have too much there because then you can't really see what's going on. Like, it affects the light of the game. I don't really want it to be so dark you can't see, because it's hard to play a Metroidvania in poor light. So I may or may not have the fog. I'll debate on it. If anything, I thought of the city more as like a San Francisco knockoff, because I've, you know, never been to London, but I have been to San Francisco. And I was just trying to think of the shittiest place I've ever been, and San Francisco immediately came to mind. That's because I've never ever stopped in Oakland, so, you know, Oakland would obviously be shittier. It's true. We've driven through Oakland, but it was just on the freeway. So, you know. Not that San Francisco's a lot better than Oakland these days. Yoink. Weep. Yeah, so it's just so much better. Oops. I need to enlarge the things on all these so you can see which ones you're grabbing. I might want to retool this so that it doesn't, Oh wait, does it care? Oh no, I don't have to wait. I already retooled it. I was like, do I have to wait for it to literally end before I can grab the next one? Because that'd be terrible. Yeah, I might take flying out of the game, I'm thinking. I'm thinking I actually just want to have the double jump with these, and then I just have like the hanged man grab like hooks on the walls and everything like that to pull you places. I should probably make those two at some point, though I don't need the hangman for quite a while. But just disabling the ability to get really high really fast seems... I mean, the hangman would be cool, though I do have to add different motions. Basically disable our movement. Because the game animation sample thing I'm working off of auto makes her run unless I create some side thingy that stops that. Even if she's in the air. Yeah, if these are just hooks to grab hold of. Whatever, I'm working on this right now. Sidetracked. I pretty much just need to go to every one of those things and do that. So I've got every toy now done. I need a toy for here. I will call this a... You seem a little bigger, therefore they cost more. Maybe like 30 cents or something. You buy a whole model for $1. It's a lot bigger. Rubber duckies seem really... Actually, the rubber duckies seem like they might be almost hard to make. Maybe they're like 10 cents for the rubber ducky. The cube is... I don't know why I'm worrying about pricing on these. It's not like you're actually going to buy them. Yeah, so I basically need something to go up here. I don't know what. I guess they could sell random, you know, books or something like that, telling stories about the things. Yeah, I think anyone who's like, you know, a unique character is not gonna be in here. In any of these little stores. Though it would be funny for Poppet to encounter a whole bunch of, you know, just Poppets there. She'd just make her feel like nobody. There is something to be said for that. But it also kind of cheapens, you know, her being a unique character. Obviously. Yeah, I don't think I want to cheapen that. I really want there to be something of a mystery of why she exists. Why she's unique amongst a lot of these other ones. And not just one in a million, you know, actually just one of $1 million. Not really a million, but like, you know, have hundreds of her. That seems weird. I mean, realistically, they probably wouldn't have hundreds of copies of these things in there. Well, maybe they would have like 100 of them sitting back there. They probably wouldn't manufacture too many of them until they were, you know, sold. Something to think about. The lore of your place. I don't want to break my lore by having that. I don't think I'm putting it on the ground level except the balls. For Poppet, it would be nice to have something down here, but also for people, nobody wants to bend down to the ground level necessarily. I mean, I guess you could. That seems weird. Just inconvenient. If anything, what I could do is put like a barricade on the bottom of these too. Just have it be like, you know, a flat board going down like that on the front of them. So this way people wouldn't notice what was under them. And then I guess for Poppet it would make much difference. But then over here in this one, if I use the same type of thing, not that this one's going to be even remotely done. This one's quite a ways off for sure. How many doors off? But this door doesn't open until much later. Well, you open it from this side anyway, so once you found the Pirate Splendor key, you can actually backtrack into the Moonlit Garden if you want. Yeah, because I want to be able to run underneath these, I think. So maybe I won't put the board there. Just make it more interesting like that. This one's going to be a lot bigger. I'm going to hate having to deal with how many toys are in it, for sure. I imagine how much easier my life would be if I just made it that these doors are just like, you know, the Dark Souls door where you go through it and it has like a light blocking so you can't see. Unfortunately, this room is just has so many doors connected to it. Like, this is the worst room for purposes of optimization. I have many regrets that this connects to like everything under the sun. That might cause some serious problems in the long run, especially with two toy stores here. Oof. Oof. I might need to do something about that. The double toy store. Oh, sorry, the double souvenir shop. I mean, these are level instances, and level instances are so much lighter. So it shouldn't make that big of a difference. Especially if it was the same. If I just had the same toys down there, it'd be a very different story. But I plan to have different toys farther on. And they're probably not going to have more of these Whimsy Wonders models here. I think I was... just put them here to remind myself, just like the rubber duckies. And the ball pit. Anyway. Now I gotta fix all these things so that they can be grabbed and not look like crap. Gotta polish it up. It might work. That doesn't mean that it looks good. I need destroyable toys. I did that one. I haven't done the Bite yet. That should be fine. No, this is an interesting track. I'm gonna set that one aside for later just in case. Where am I hiding my extra music for this? I'll figure it out. Let's make the backup somewhere. I don't think it'll quite fit the game, but if something seems even remotely interesting, I just automatically add it to there, and so I don't gotta find it later. That looks fine. It is fun to knock them around, that's true. And it is really fun to throw them into each other. Because they just do dumb crap. And they fix those, obviously. Three's pretty close to what I want him to be anyway. Gripping him. I have too many mechanics in my game. I'll say it, I do. I have way too many. Oops. The magician's gotten very, very, very polished. Except for that I have to individually set the particle on every single thing. Did I do that one? I don't remember which ones I did. I think I did these two already. I'll double check them. I think I just have the contraptions left to deal with. I like how a bunch of them fall except for like two. For no reason. Just loads them in an odd way or something, I don't know. Nah, I should probably move that up. Make it smaller. The Andes look good, so I want to move this one up. That should be pretty good. Sure. And then that just leaves the other ones here. I'll deactivate. Don't want it to always glow. Well, doesn't that just kill all joy in the world? Definitely not gonna be 3 on this one. I'm gonna have 4. Five? That should be pretty good. Pull it back some.
So it's a little more on the central portion of it, I guess. Sure. It's already over here. Sure. Probably also a 5, I imagine. Yeah, it's bigger than that, probably. But it's not on 5, it's on 3. Should be pretty good. Okay. Distinctive weight contraption is the last one I have to do for now. Until I make more. Or decide what else I want in here. Yep. One of those all joys is dead looking things here. Even bigger than that. Well, that outer ring does kind of go around it, so it's fine. That's all I really want. Joy, is that up to the side a bit? Nah, it's just me looking at it from a funny angle. It'll load eventually. Probably. It could load in that order too. Right. Anyway, it doesn't make a big difference. I just need to target a bunch of these thingies. These need to be added to the thing. Oh. Did I not add these to the creepy curious thing? I think these just load in a weird order. Oh, why isn't the Pirate Splendor? I don't need that right now. Yeah, they're both in. Well, they might not both be in there, but they are now. Yeah, so I need 2 more toys and then something to go over here. Maybe just books are the right thing. Hey, Dr. Rick Music. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm making a little souvenir shop inside my giant toy store. Like a theme park in a building kind of thing. And I wanted all the toys to be interactable. You could just go barreling into them. You got combat too and everything like that. I mean, like, I have something like, it takes me like 3 to 4 hours to beat all the content I have at the moment, and I know where everything is, so I have a lot of content in the game. I'm using data layers, so there's actually stuff here too, like, they just not load up so my computer doesn't explode. Guess I could put a nav mesh down and beat things up. Go in there. Do a game dev? I wonder why that one's having errors. Yeah? What sort of game, or is it just like a plugin, or what are you doing with it? I'm gonna reload this level because it's got some things it won't save for some reason. Pet project? That's fair. That's fair. That's how it starts. You start with this little pet project, pretty certain years go by, and you know your pet project is this ridiculous monstrosity that is way bigger in scope than it should have been. And then you arrived at just about everyone who streams on Twitch doing game dev. It's just about all of us. And most people in general, but you talk to almost any single streamer who streams game dev. Scope is the enemy. Honestly, the number ones who said that they could never make their game because it would require like a big huge team and millions of dollars, and I was like, I told you that, man. You told me what your game was like. Saw a lot of crap open. Yeah, I can give you the brief tour if you want. I could just play from the beginning too, I guess. But so the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Bonks things. Well, you get bonked too, apparently. I think I have the encounter rate set really high because I was testing something with encounters, so I was like, I'm just going to set it stupidly high. All the enemies are set to die pretty quickly. Thanks, yeah. She's got like a, she uses tarot, she has a tarot form where all the tarot cards become stronger. And in this case the hammer just grows bigger and does way more damage. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power. Curse power is basically effectively like MP. It's what powers all the toys. It brings them to, you know, life at night and everything like that. And the more of it you have, the more cool things you can do. However, if you're sanity, like, there's a curse that's bringing them all to life. That's, you know, that's what you're soaking up. And it's draining your sanity. And if your sanity ever hits 0, the curse wins and you just die. So we don't want that. I'll let her sanity run low intentionally. I'm also going to turn off the other music real quick because the music seems to be pointless. I'll let her sanity run low intentionally so you can see the insanity effect. Should start at about 60% or so. These don't actually block you. You can jump through the words if you want. They're not really there. They're just for you. If you go back to the light, then they will go away. Yeah. I'm gonna hang out by these lights. Oh, can you attack? No. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. I was using it earlier. It lets you pick up small objects. And if you're in regular form, it just drops them when you throw them again. But if you're in Terror form, it throws them with force so you can damage things. If you hit them, of course. They do like to move, so... It drains your curse power to be in this form, so it's not free. Looks like there's an ad break going. Really? Really? That's the life we lead here? I guess I'll wait for the ad break then real quick then. Unless you don't have any ads, in which case, you know. If you're blocking ads, I totally understand, because I block ads on Twitch too. It's so annoying. Do that. Oh my god. How does anyone watch on this site? Oh. These enemies emit light. Oh yeah. The pre-roll the pre-roll crap and the ones where they force you to have the screen in focus, like those I didn't mind. Like actually those what I hated. Like because what happened was is I have it on a second monitor while I'm working and I have to stop what I was doing and wait to have the ad run. With that focus, it was stupid. I wasn't gonna do that. Like I was fine with having the ads until that, and I'm like, you guys, okay, this is unacceptable. We're not doing this. I'm getting beat up. I'm almost at a curse bearer. Oh no. Stupid thing that emits light. You're the most annoying enemy out there. I'll kill you off too, you little jerks. Alright. I was doing a random puzzle in here. There's 2 of the cubes. There's a cube in here, right? Yeah, there's that cube too. Let me borrow these for a second. Throw them up here. You shouldn't stay in terraform early on in the game. I missed. I'm bad. Those light enemies should not be in puzzle rooms. They're so annoying. Push a button here. These lower the water outside. Hey Jackie Charles, going pretty good. Just showing off some mechanics, things like that. You know, show people the game. It's just some random room though. Not a particularly important room, but room you do go through. It's down there. Can I grab it from here? I most certainly can. Oh no, I let go of it. Because I bumped it against something and it's like, nope. Ugh. You jerks. Oop, lagga. Oh, thanks. Yeah. The game runs really well when I'm not streaming and it's outside of Unreal Engine, like it's packaged and all that. You can get like, you know, I get like 70 to 90 FPS on my 1060. But unfortunately, my computer's a potato. I gotta kill this thing. It's stopping me from getting curse back, so I can't do anything. You suck. You're making my life really hard. I'm gonna go back here and get some curse back. The Empress lets you grow and shrink plants as one of its abilities, but also lets you plant, you know, healing plants. They tick up, and once they, actually they tick down, and then they explode and heal you. I might want to take the light thingies out of here. They're really annoying. Come to me, my friend. Oh, no, they slide off this. Ugh, why did I make this slidable? Wow. Feels like the encounters are too high. I knew they were high, but man. What are we, Dynasty Warriors? Jesus. Doll Warriors? Oh god, no. I gotta give her like a Lubu hat or whatever.
Hell yeah. Poppet with a Lubu hat. She does have a lot of hats. So doing great with your game? Oh, well, I mean, you know, just gotta keep working on it and you'll be doing good at your game too. Oh, I can just jump on it this, right? Yeah. Put this. I wanted this button. Yay! Button. I think I double tapped this button and it's not on. Yeah, the little lights on it aren't on. Basically, out in the other room, there's water I'm trying to lower. If the lights are on in there, then it means the button's active. You went out for a second? No. You missed the greatest gameplay in the entire history of the world. And I'm so sorry. Like, I can't go back and do it. It was the best thing you could have ever seen. But it was a one-time thing, you know. Your internet just denied you this. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, so I'm lowering the water because water instant kills Poppet because she's a sack doll and she just soaks it up and dies. I'm trying to get into here. We made the models myself. I've made some of the characters. Other ones I just bought off the store. Like I made Poppet for sure. I did not make her hat or anything like that. This I just got off the store for sure. These came out as part of a pack. I didn't make those ones. I made all the contraption enemies. But yeah, she saves by jumping into toy boxes. It just activates me. All the menu exists and everything like that, so I can just do whatever I want. Save over all these. Loads too. Unreal Engine store? Yeah, it has Fab. Fab also sells stuff for other engines too, but it's mostly the, you know, Unreal Marketplace rebranded. You can find it in the, you go to like the Epic launcher, and it just has a Fab tab here. And everyone should get these limited time free things because every 2 weeks they give you a bunch of free stuff, or should they just give you new free things? So, you know, I have so many castles they give me for free. I don't even care about yet another castle. Like, thanks, guys. All the assets to make it like that. I mean, and more models, except for they don't really fit for what I'm doing. But, you know, just in case you need some customizable models, they got your back. And these will be free for, I don't know, till this, June 30th. There you go, 3 more days. And I get something new and shiny. Yeah, I always do that. I always remind people on my Discord every 2 weeks, but beyond that, you know. The other thing you can do, I'll go back to the game in a second. They actually just have a huge free content thing. You'd be surprised how much good stuff exists just in here. I usually do by newest, and I go through and see what they have, and I add the stuff that I want. Free music, some old restaurant kitchen thingy. Is this cool? Maybe, might be. Do I want this? I have steampunky crap. Well, maybe. Whatever, it's free. I'll take. We go away. I clicked out that. Personal license, add a library, thank you. Yeah, I use so much free stuff there. Now I just have a bunch of assets to play with. Some emerald crystal, is this cool? I don't know, is it? You can find, like, there's so much new stuff here, it's dumb. Yeah, I don't need the crystal, that's boring. I'm not gonna look through all this stuff there, but you know, I usually go back through and look. Cute pink bunny character? Oh. Is it actually, no, it's not rigged to any skeleton. Pretty adorable though. I'm gonna take it anyway. It's mine now. Yeah, you get so much stuff out of there, it's dumb. You got a thing for character movements? Nice. Well, there's the game animation sample, which is what I was building off of because it's just good stuff. Now it's okay with models because I get my own. I pay to get, yeah. I mean, you know, I pay to get things like, you know, The game of this scope is so big, it could never be done by one person without someone else helping make models or something. Like, I'm not going to hand make this world. It's too big. There's thousands of models. Even if I did one a day, which would be insane for characters. Wouldn't work. You know, like with that crystal and blender, like 2 seconds? Yeah. I mean, but then you could save the 2 seconds. See, perfect. Most of the time I prefer ones that are a bunch of stuff and not just one dumb crystal and the thing. I'm not going to install a pack of crystal. Oh yeah, so I was busy lowering the water. I guess I have the wrong ability set up for what I want here, but some other fun ones I have, like Temperance is a bubble wand. It fires bubbles, but if you're in Terraform, it captures. Of course, I currently do too much damage and they just instant die, but well, maybe not. If you leave them alone long enough, the bubble will break and they'll fall again. Read the story. Nah, this ain't the hardest part is find someone to program the game. Really? That's what you consider the hardest part? I don't know. I think cutscenes like are my arch nemesis for sure. Curse you, cutscenes. I haven't made any for the game yet. The story's like the thing that hasn't really done yet. I have like a bunch of gameplay, but a lot of it's relatively polished. I should be able to get there and get this. Jump from farther away. Can I grab? No, you can. Anything religion? Well, never too early to get started, right? I'm just running through this portion of the game to show you what it is to do these things. Oh yeah, she can manipulate objects in the environment with the magician too, including lights. There's an indicator in the upper left that says if she's in line. Oh, you know what I should also do? Here. I guess I'm hiding one of the things, so... Game testing scene. I'll move myself to the other side. Well, my advice is pick one of them and stick with it when it comes to which engine you're going to do. Just pick it and stick it, you know? Like, don't switch, because then you'll have to learn everything again, and that's dumb. Don't do that to yourself. I've been there, I understand. These pipes don't stick together very well for whatever reason. I want this key. There's a bunch of secrets in this room too, like a whole secret pathway to hidden rooms, but for purposes of just showing this, I will skip all that. Once you have a key, you can use the magician to open doors with it. Well, the character's name is Poppet. Poppet's another word for a doll, by the way. You might have heard them use it in, like Pirates of the Caribbean, when he's like, "Hey, Poppet," that kind of thing, like bam. She's on a quest. Basically, she is a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where this curse brings all the toys to life at night. Well, most of the toys. And it's what powers her, so she can't leave the building. So she needs to find a way to break the curse without, you know, killing herself off. Maybe get her body back if that's even a possibility. She doesn't know. Yeah, hearing Poppet, yeah. So anyway, I've lowered the water a whole bunch. And though I already have this, I already have the card, I'm going to go to where I'm supposed to get it. So I've been slowly lowering this water, and I can... Did I lower it all the way yet? Did I not hit one of them? Really? I must have missed one. It's just her dashing. See Poppy or Poppy? I see Poppy playtime. Glad to see something more interesting in that game. You going with me? Oh, thank you. These lights don't look like they're on. That's weird. I think that raised the water back up. Yeah, I see it raised the water down here. So that was one of the ones I already hit. I could have sworn I hit all of them. Unless I missed the one in the machinery room, did I? Okay, we're just gonna mad cheat to save a bunch of time here. I mean, I'm one-shotting everything anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. Oh, yeah. This mechanic is not even remotely built yet. It's gonna be the hangman where she connects with a rope around her neck to things. Basically hanging yourself. It's not production ready. It's for way later in the game, but I just am too lazy to jump my way back up here using the puzzle. I already had that one done. Also double jump. This is the double jump. The chariot. That one is game ready. Wee. Lego Mago. Okay. I'm basically trying to diagnose a problem here. Or if there is one, or if I just messed up. Let's see. It's meant to be that big, the room? Or probably really small. Reminds me of Little Lemons. Yeah, she's a toy. Like I say, she's a woman whose soul was, she was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. So she's a little toy running around. She's about 10 inches tall, whatever that translates to everyone else measurements. See, plan doing a puzzle where I move the water from one room to another, get things to one room, then back in. Not really move things between rooms per se. I am raising and lowering this water out here. Trying to get it low enough that I can go after this thing down there. But I think something messed up a bit, and that's why I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with this. So I'm using cheating things that I shouldn't have. A bunch of stuff that is not game ready at all. There's going to be 44 abilities in the game, so, you know. A couple. Because basically I'm doing every tarot card, and there's 22 tarot cards. And you have fun ones. Where is it? Where is it? The Hermit creates little, like, you know, devices behind you, like little things that you can detonate. I haven't created a second ability for this yet, but you fight by essentially running away from enemies, or running around them. And then detonating these. You gotta be close enough, though, or it doesn't work, so. The best strategy is actually jumping above them. That one's living in the floor somehow. Oh, you spawned in a bad spot. You gain levels by collecting the tarot cards, so... Yeah, now it's low enough. I guess I just didn't hit that last button. The water serves as my pit. Later on, you gain the ability to be immune to it. In the second chapter, basically almost near the end of the second chapter. There's like 4 chapters. The Emperor makes you immune to the water and you start swimming through the water to get to places. This is where you will get the Empress. Or I'll show off its other ability. I already have it, so it's not in there anymore, but I technically have every card now. If you're in terraform, the Empress can grow and shrink plants. Can also hit enemies for damage. I technically have immunity to water on because I enabled everything just because I was wanted to cheat to solve the problem. I also have immunity to the curse on too, so Dev privilege. Oh my god, Dev privilege. He's a cheater. So I shouldn't have double jump here, but I just go. That one's pretty fun. Where is it at? Which one was it? Blah 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 blah. Was it the tower? Strength, that was one. There's so many abilities, I'm trying to remember which one's which. Strength is funny because it grips enemies, and then you get to hit enemies with enemies. Well, supposedly. That one's riding on top of that one.
Oh my gosh. That's so tech. Yeah, see, they get stuck on there. And eventually the enemy dies, it's on there, and you stick another enemy on there. Oh no. Like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, and if you're in a... I need to make that effect a little better, but if you're in a terraform, then it slams it against the ground and destroys the enemy doing an AoE. Sun's coming out, you need to go to bed, get another day of work tomorrow? Oh man. SQ, like real life world. I like these enemies, they suicide. They just go, woohoo! Damn. Huh. I mean, you know, listen. You gotta work on your pet project. Who needs a life? Pet project's all that matters. That's why I have my project. Aha! That actually does not have very good effectiveness on it yet. No thanks, yeah. Take care as well. I kind of stream pretty much starting about 2 hours before this, 2 hours 20 minutes, just for a few hours every night. So if you're bored, getting back into streaming because I had a bunch of health problems, so you know. I had to take a break. It was terrible. Show off secrets for people. Oh, you need to be in terraform. Gotta grow this plant up. And you can break the grate up here. Then you can fall like an idiot. I'm gonna cheat. A bit. Bad to pull yourself up. And then run through mazes of thingies. Mazes of ducks. And any window that's not blocked, you can actually manipulate them too. And see the city. You can't leave the building. If you leave the building, you die. I mean, you can jump off if you want, you just die, but you know, you can. You can suicide yourself. I'm not going to stop you. This is how you get to one of the rooms that I was working on. I need to set it to load though, because it's not in the right data area yet, so I need to fix that. But yeah, now we're getting to this room. Then you have to get the key to leave this room, and you know, that brings us back to what I was working on. Yeah, but all this will be in the demo. The demo is up to the first boss. It takes me like a little over 30 minutes to do every single thing before the boss. If I'm playing fairly. Probably take a normal person a lot longer because the game isn't that specific on where to go. I mean, it's a Metroidvania. You're expected to explore. If you're not exploring, is it really a Metroidvania? Really? I'll take a quick bio break real fast since looks like most people have wandered off for a bit. Yeah. So I'll be right back in like, 4 or 5 minutes. Put the music back on, and then I'm probably gonna maybe I'll work on some combat or something. I'm kind of getting tired of working on the toy thing like that. I also don't know which toys I want to put in there yet, so I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Ah, good.
That hates me. It's okay though. It does that. You get used to it. So, lock that around. I don't think there's much else I want to do in this room for the moment. I do want to put something in these areas. I just don't know what. The room's definitely gotten a lot more interesting though. It's possible I want to have separate room infos out here. Maybe I should. I don't really want, like, you know, the city to load every single room that is out here. But I think I already have room infos like separated out here, don't I? Yeah, I do. I should probably do one for each floor. And this way I can load stuff that's inside the windows, and thus people will be able to look through the windows and see this stuff without having everything loaded. Yeah, that's got to be the best way to do it. New data layer. This is something I've been meaning to do for a while. I just didn't. LC1. Call it 7 XD. What was I gonna call this one? Let me double check this before I redo that. Yeah, I guess just one, but I kind of want to call it, you know, by the direction it's in, I guess. There's not actually a compass in there, is there? I would kill for a compass. I guess north is actually this way if memory serves. I guess that's not very helpful if I can't even tell, like, you know, without having to try to remember how I had the city laid out. Yeah, I guess I'll assume I'm looking at it this, well, you'd almost want to look at it from the front, right? I'm gonna look at the map, which way I have it facing. I don't remember. I gotta redo the map, so like that. Right, so the north is actually the way I am facing. Okay. I didn't really finish the process, so new data layer. Data layer. I see one just represents this chapter one. It's more of an arbitrary thing like that. It's basically all the stuff for up to Voodoo. And then yeah, that'll work. And then I have to open up Poppet as well. This Poppet's the one that checks for data layers. I like to run everything through Poppet, even though there is a game mode. I can change the game mode up and Poppet can still go places and do things. Though she's pretty entwined with the game mode too in a way. I just find it easier for people to reference the player than the game mode. But I guess everything can get the game mode. I don't know. I just kind of like everything on Poppet. Easier to move information around. She does most of the heavy lifting in the game anyway.
Under system. Haven't looked at this in a while. Is it under system? I don't know. Is it activate room? Is that the one? I think it was. Yeah. Activate room. Room data. This will give me the option to have multiple multiple city names there, so or multiple musics for different areas, I guess, in the city. I'll do it like that, it's easier. And then I just need this data layer here. Now Poppet will load that. And then I'm going to go to Creepy Curios here. And I'm just going to get everything from Creepy Curios and select all the descendants of it. That's why I put them all in directories so that I can just easily do this, by the way. I highly recommend sorting your things, especially when you get to thousands of actors on a map. Or having smaller levels. Smaller levels is good too. Like this whole me wanting everything on the in one map was just so I could travel like back and forth through the various chapters through all kinds of pipes and things. In reality, it was kind of a whole lot of extra work that probably wasn't necessary. So I loaded it here. I'd select the layers. Select the data layer. I forgot one thing I need to do. On the room info for this, not what I'm looking for. Fine. Fine, I think. Okay. Quest. I need the exact name. I might want to do the name differently though, because I don't want to say chapter 1. They need a match. I think I'll worry about what like later versions of it, or later names afterwards. I guess I don't care. Oh, actually, I can just write 4th floor. Kind of a big name, kind of a mouthful. Maybe 4th floor beforehand is better. 4th floor West Shadow Dixie? Yeah, that sounds better, I think. I need the magician at least, so I can't open the thing. It's so late loading that one. That's not correct. But I mean, this is the lower section of the map. Yeah, so it's not treating that as the right one there. Makes sense. Never underestimate the value of organization. The bigger the project, the more you're going to wish you organized it. The more I've had to go back and organize it. I've learned a lot in organizing since then, though. Things that just never occurred to me. I do. Oh. I'm a goofball. This isn't what I edit. I don't want to default it on all of them, and then it just was changed anyway. That's not gonna work. So just adopt the new one. Might as well leave them all at the same time. Hey Adolf, video immersion control system that is, I suppose, coming out later. A lot of people use Git and everything like that, but they just talked about that they were releasing one that was built in. It might have come out in 5.8. People use things like GitHub and stuff, or Git, I don't know, something. I don't use version control. I just keep whole copies of the whole engine. I'm the only person working on it, so, you know. One-man army doesn't need version control when he just has backups. But I know that the recent talk about, it might be 6 that they're adding it in. Because I remember they talking about it recently. And them saying, well, you use these 2 options. Git was one of them. Yeah, they were saying how bad they were, and it's just like, okay. Like, if by Git they mean GitHub or whatever, GitHub, that's like such a small, it only allows these tiny little like projects. And my project is, when you package this project, it's like 7 gigs. But the project that I'm working with, the actual one there is like over 100, because I just have all these assets available whenever I want. So I can just pull them in and use them. And I don't have to keep, like, you know, go into the launcher and adding things. I don't want to do that. That's too much work. it's only going to add whatever's actually used in the game anyway, so perfectly fine. So it's like, how am I going to back up anything? But as long as you keep like, oh, there you go. See, it doesn't support that at all. Yeah. So as long as I keep a backup on every single one of my drives, I have like 3 different drives, and I keep a backup on a thumb drive as well. So if anything were to happen, like say a fire happened, I could grab that drive and at least the game is safe. But like so big, yeah, I don't know. How big is it? At the moment. There you go, 141 gigs. 137,000 files. You know how awful this would be to have to upload to a server? You know how long that would take? I copy the whole thing. At the end of the day, I just copy the whole thing, and if I need to backpedal, then I just backpedal the whole day. I mean, I can fix basically anything. I know because I've had to fix basically anything, unless it's just an actual, you know, bug in the engine itself. I can't fix the bug in the engine, but there are a lot of bugs in Unreal Engine. Each version has some fun ones, for sure. Hey, another guy, how's it going? Gotta split the city up into sections so I can load these things in. Very important. And see, now that these are loaded, no more weird pop-in crap. Because now it has its own little individual data layers. Beep, 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 beep. Much better. Okay, these things have the worst physics ever. This has got to be a speedrunner's paradise. You know they're gonna glitch through the walls. Like they'll get to creepy curious and be like, "Yep, off the boat with you." Ha ha. It's too big for this little name thing here. That's something to know. I might need to increase the size of that or do something about it. Or just make it like, you know, like an F4 or something like that. Maybe not do the full thing like that. So 4F or like, you know, 4th F or West 4th F. Maybe, I don't know. I'll think about it. It didn't occur to me that I was going to do that, but because there's 4 different floors, so the city would only have, no, they have all 4 floors. Yeah. Better as bugs. Yeah, there's 4 different floors for the city on each side, so that would be 8 different things. But they need to be able to see inside the windows, so I have to literally load the stuff that's inside the windows only into that side section there, so that even if they can't go through those windows because they're blocked like these ones, at least they'll be able to see it. It'll keep the illusion of being real. Yes. I made such an awkward design decision starting at the top of the building too. I kind of wish I hadn't done that because now I have to prevent them from ever jumping down. I mean, there's just a giant kill thingy here, so if you ever fall off the side, you're just dead because you're not on the building anymore. But if anything would ever fail to load, they could skip whole sections of the game. I'm sure speedrunners will find a way to phase through the floor. So the floor is connected to the building. The floor is not data layered in, so you're gonna have a hard time. Robocopy. No, I just go to one of the other versions I have and open that one up. If for some reason I go through like all 4 versions that I have on my computer, the 5th version's available, I guess, but I'm pretty certain I would you know, remake the backups if I I feel like that. I don't know what catastrophe happened there. But what happens is that at the end of every night, I simply take the current one I have and then just copy paste it to a bunch of locations. And then if for some reason can't make it work, it takes a bunch of time to copy paste them. Oh no, I said I have one on each of my hard drives. I have 3 different hard drives. And then I have a backup on each hard drive, plus I have the main one I'm messing with. So one drive has 2 different copies. And then a 5th copy is sitting on a thumb drive. Though the thumb drive copy isn't updated as often because it takes like over an hour to copy to that thumb drive. Because the project's so big. It's a terabyte thumb drive, but... So if for some reason I need to backpedal, I just open one of the other versions, and then I will wipe out the crappy version and put a new copy of it there. I mean, here's the thing is, you're hoping it figures that out, but if there's one thing I've learned about automated stuff is they tend to miss things. You'd be surprised how often things get missed. And that guy was just showing there's like over 130,000 files. If it messes up on even one, we're gonna have a bad time. So rather than take that risk, copy paste it. I mean, it takes maybe like, I don't know, 12 minutes or something to make a backup of onto the drives. Depends on which drive. Some of the drives are faster than others for sure. And then maybe on the other one there. But again, like the backup has to be 100%. I don't want to worry about it. What happens is I'll just tell it to make that backup, and then I'll go on a walk. I need to get a bunch of exercise anyway. It's fine. The computer can do it. Yeah. Then I also delete files, add files, things like that too. So it's like, it just introduces an extra variable if it could screw up for not much of a gain. Like it would save a little time, but again, I have to do exercise and other things anyway. I just tell it to copy and do something else, or watch it. Like while I'm eating food and watching a show, it's like, yeah, copy this. And I eat my food. And I'm really leery of things like that. I've had projects that got destroyed by me trying to take shortcuts and keeping them backed up before. As I was saying, it's 7 gigabytes for the packaged game. But it's much bigger for the other. It's 141 gigabytes and 137,000 files for the full project. It does, most of these things are assets that I might use, and they're not actually used in the game. So when you finally, you know, package it up, it's only like 7 gigabytes of it, but I back up the whole thing because I'm backing up the project. Actually, I guess I could see what the most recent, I might be wrong on the size of the packaged game. What's it currently at? Oh, the packaged game is currently at 9.24 gigabytes, so it's gotten larger since I last did it, sure. Oh, it's actually tiny. It's actually only 81 files. I'm assuming it's because they compress it in a weird way that I don't understand. How does it do it? Oh. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, they just ram everything together in this weird who knows what. I don't understand. But no, like I said, I'm real leery of if there's ever an error and it doesn't copy it right and I don't catch it, then it could destroy the project. And it's not like I check my backups unless I desperately need to. I almost never backpedal either. It's really unusual. Something has to go so catastrophically wrong that I go, okay, to fix this, it would take so much longer than me just backpedaling. Because in most cases, I'll just fix the problem. I don't remember the last time something went so catastrophically wrong, but it has happened early on when I didn't understand as much, I think, is what happened. What was it doing? Oh, I know. I was fixing the data layers here so you could see inside these buildings. Sure. I remember once I made the mistake of zipping up my projects. Oh god. That was a mistake. Those projects, I had for a while I was keeping, this is back in my RPG Maker days, I had backups like, you know, monthly to keep track of how I'd gone, you know, just to see like how the project was. It's like kind of like a vault to remind myself. And when I went back to look, most of the ones that I'd zipped and put on like, you know, my Google Drive, almost none of them worked. Almost every single one had been corrupted. It's like when I learned don't store zips of like, you know, anything on Google Drive. Cloud services, man. Terrible. Terrible. Well, they worked at the time. It's just over time, because they kind of move the information across multiple drives, it gets all fragmented and weird. And it causes it to get corrupted. It's fine for things like images and stuff and like, you know, their docs and everything like that. Things like that are real simple. But anything big, you run the risk of it just being not working. And some of them worked. But it was completely random which ones worked after time. They all worked initially though. Every single one was tested. Every one of them worked. It's just being on there. I don't know like how they did it, but man, not a very reliable way to store things. Not that I would want to try to upload this to... Actually, you couldn't fit it on my Google Drive. It's too big. It's too big by far. Yeah, about that. It's kind of big. She's a big game. She's not that big of a game, but you know. Oh yeah, the rooftop has its own one. That might matter at some point. I don't know when. Okay, so I need this here. I'm gonna add this to Poppet's collection. Oh crap. But that was sad. I remember wanting to kind of keep a, you know, a record of my stuff so I could maybe make a YouTube video of, you know, my progress along the way. Just kind of, you know, look back on things, and then it's like, nope. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm sad now. Oh well. It be what it be. You'll see one. This is south. Welcome back, Rudra. Very late though. It's 4:57 a.m. here. What is late? What is late, really? What are we doing? What is late? Find it. Anyway, welcome back. I'm making data layers for all the other sections of the building for the outside so I can load stuff that shows up in windows. When the player looks at the window, it doesn't just load things in on them when they jump through the window, or the building doesn't look empty. Yeah, about that. I love how when you add to this, it automatically unselects it. One of those fun little things. Need two more. Oh wait, I don't need actually that. I just need to. I'm gonna keep the same naming convention for the other. New data layer. Making no game object actor. Everything is good or no? I mean, friction. Epic wants there to be a file for everything, as they say. I mean, actors are what move around in the world and everything like that. If you drop a static mesh out there, it's a static mesh actor. In most cases, if you don't need something to be an individual actor, like it's better to merge a bunch of crap together so it's less like draw calls, because every time it has to, you know, load up a texture on a, you know, a particular static mesh, that's like one draw call. So if you have 3 different, like, you know, like bricks or something that are all separate, then it's a draw call for every single brick, you know, for every material on it. But if you merge all the bricks together, then it's one draw call for the whole brick thing. So, in the case of things that don't matter, that you don't want to have a bunch of individual stuff, like, you know, like fences, pathways, just stuff, buildings, unless it needs to be individual pieces, then I'd merge a lot of that together to optimize. If, however, you know, you need it to do something, then you want to have it be, well, usually like a blueprint actor. And then there's ways you can optimize that too. But if you're just getting into it, you know, I would keep it simple and not get into the optimization things till much later. For sure. What did I name this? Yeah, so this will be... We've done south, we're on east now. I make one more for... He's in real for the first time today. From here, first time looking at the sun is amazing. This engine is seriously making good stuff. Oh yeah, like... This engine will do so much heavy lifting to make your game look good. There's a reason why there's a meme out there where, you know, whatever bug you have is because you failed to check something somewhere, like you failed to click a check mark. That's because they programmed everything for you and it really was just a check mark somewhere you need to click. I mean, you can change all the rules. I laugh when I see some others like, I'm going to do double jump, and they do all this programming, and in Unreal Engine there's a single, like, you know, number you just change on the movement thing. They just make sure you have double jump. You can set 3, 4, you can change how long you can float in the air and everything by holding the buttons. All that's just programmed for you. It's got a whole day-night cycle just ready to go. People are setting up this whole map, and it's just like, they just started and it's good. You're just like, yeah, it's so much easier. Hey, Leposian, how's it going? I have returned to streaming, though maybe not as often as I once did, because, well, health problems, yeah, you know. Streaming do be making it worse, for sure. Oh yeah, well, I mean, let's see. I came back streaming about a few days ago, 4 days ago, 3 days? And there was like a 46-day break in between that, where I was just having health problems. And then before that, there was like a 2-month break. I was only back for like a day or two. It's health problems, man. Over the last 6 months, I barely worked on the project. It just felt terrible to sit in front of Peter. Just don't have spine issues, okay? That's my advice. Don't have spine issues. Your spine's important, okay? You might think it's not important, but hear me out. It's very important. Don't have spine issues. Thanks for the tip. I was about to do all this stuff myself. Even the doubles. Oh yeah, like, you know. It's so much easier than you think it is. What was it offhand? Actually, I think it's just like you just go to the thing like that. Like if you have a character. Oops. I think that was just that one there, right? Is that the one? They changed the name? I remember when they moved it to. I haven't used it in like 6 months, so I'm coming back to it. Blah, 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 blah. Movement. Character movement. At least it's this one here. So if I change this one here... Oh, wait, I've individually changed mine. Yeah, I should have this one here. Max jump. And you can have the control on the jumps. Changing these things will change like how everything works. And you can just mouse over it, see what it does. That was script there though. So yeah, this is max jumps. Just change that to whatever. You're good. Which four had to make their own animation pipeline to render a 30%. Yeah. They keep promising all these things to have with 9 bajillion NPCs. I mean, I don't care about that because I'm not gonna have that in my game, so it doesn't matter. Like, what are we talking here? No indie needs 300 plus NPCs on the screen at a time anyway, so it's fine. But when you're a big studio, you can do that whole new pipeline thing. You have spine issues? No fun when I take there. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, getting up's tough in the Suda game, you know. I don't have spine problems, you know, it sucks. A lot of people who get into game dev have spinal issues. Feel better than fine for health? Oh, thanks. It's been getting better. I've been doing like physical therapy. I get chiropractic. I get the deep tissue massage. It's basically like sports massage where they beat you up, but it makes all your muscles much more relaxed so they stop pulling on your spine. Which is all it really needs to do. If it's pulling on my spine in weird ways, that ain't good. Most of my issues are at like the neck level, though. When I went to the chiropractor, she was like, "You have bad like points in your spine." And I was like, "Fix them then." I think I've lost what 2.5 years worth of dev time in the last 6 because of health problems. Imagine how much farther along this game would be. It's probably been more than that, but we're just gonna pretend like it was only 2.5 years, so I feel better. Right. I'll feel better. Yeah, it does. I got some wonderful woman who does it like that, and she just has this wonderful childlike glee whenever anything ends up getting better. And I want to work harder because it's so adorable to see. But like that lady is in unimaginable shape. I suppose if it was my job to do all the physical therapy exercises all day for every single person, I too would be in fantastic shape. It's like, she's like, bend like this, do these things. I'm like, well, I don't even bend that much. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is, you bend that much. I mean, me, yeah, I don't bend like that. That is, I'm gonna try. It's gonna be sad by comparison for sure. I got a much better physical therapist this time. I've had some pretty bad ones, so it's like this one's amazing. She changes everything on the fly to whatever I need. Crackheads are also in fantastic shape, but I don't know if they're in fantastic shape. It really depends. I've seen some ones that are just, you know, they're pretty rough. They're pretty rough. Long term, that stuff is pretty bad. A lot of times, they just don't realize that they're destroying their body in the process, so they don't have to, like, they don't notice the pain, but then after the drugs wear off, then the problems are in there. I mean, yeah. Well, the thing is they aren't ripped because of their crack. They're ripped because of all the other stuff they did. Because if all it took to get ripped was taking crack, you'd see a bunch of people, instead of at the gym, just taking crack. Then they take steroids. And do workouts. I kind of wish I was a gym rat. That'd be so much better. Being a game dev is just a terrible choice of hobbies. Is how you end up out of shape and, you know, have spine problems. You sit in a chair all day. Instead of, you know, the gym rat where you don't have that problems. You know, she has me working on all these, like, you know, spinal, like, you know, these exercises work my back and my neck and everything like that. And anything I can to basically strengthen all the muscles around the spine. It's very weird, these exercises. They're definitely muscles I never knew existed, for sure. It's like, oh, I didn't know that could hurt. Why? Why does that hurt? You suck. I guess I should load all the Sapphire Room stuff here. Right now I changed it to the Moonlit Garden. Did I? Maybe I don't have the right name. Yeah, it's still into the Sapphire Room. Yeah, even though it's not going to be that anymore. So we take all these. So right now the problem I have is, I'll show you. I missed a message or two. What are we saying here? I saw some floor and bed computer setups. I've seen that too. I had a roommate who was playing League of Legends and he would just pull his bed up in front of his computer and he'd just roll over to play. And he'd play and he'd roll back and go to sleep. I'm not friends with that guy anymore. Hey, I like the various news, energy from Unreal. It's kind of largely irrelevant, I think would be the best way to describe Unreal's latest news. Yes, irrelevant is the terms. AI is not very good for large projects, so it's almost completely useless for anything of the scope I'm already doing. So it isn't going to help me to bring quad code in there or whatever and have it try to do things. Then it just produces code. I have no idea what it's done and I have to go figure it out myself. Plus it's terrible with blueprints, so that doesn't help. They're not going to depreciate blueprints anytime soon, and I think they're not actually going to anyway. Right now, like, you know, was it Tim Sweeney, I think is his name? But he really wants everything to be inside Fortnite because that's how they make all this money. And he really wants Verse to work, and he believes that everything is going to be inside like that. He wants to be Roblox, basically. Except for that, even now, most things don't exist inside Roblox. Like, all these games exist outside of it. Like, you don't want the rules of those. Like, you don't want to share microtransactions. Not useful. Indies don't care. It does give you its own separate thing you can do, and that is fine. But, yeah. But the thing is, right now, even the people who use Verse say it's not really production ready anyway. Like everything Epic makes, it usually stays in experimental or beta phase forever. Maybe it never gets out of it. Like, there's still portions of like their current movement system there. There's still portions of Lumen and Nanite that are currently in experimental and beta phases. Like, I wonder if they've even gotten the skeletal mesh for Nanite out of experimental yet. Yeah. So, you know, heck, their water system is still in experimental and it was put in UE4. So, first would have to get out of the experimental system, which they probably won't be for a long time. And then they have to convince every single company to take all of their entire pipelines and switch it to Verse for some reason. Even though AI is proving to be horrifically bad at programming, so I don't know why you would want to switch to Verse. And use like Claude Code with it or whatever. But all these artists and everything like that don't know how to code. They're not going to switch. Verse is horrifically bad for usability. So they're going to probably get like, I'm going to say UE 6.4, 6.5, and they're probably going to discover that nobody adopted Verse and can that idea is what I'm expecting to happen. It's so half-baked sounding to take, you know, 15 years plus of blueprints and all the entire, every company's entire thing like that and expect them to switch because you've decided you really want everything to be in Fortnite. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars for all these companies to switch. It just ain't gonna happen. And then they lose out the usability of their engine. Like they'll lose out the indies because, I mean, it's the reason why I got into this too. Blueprint's just easier to use. So since Verse brings nothing to the table other than, well, you can have thousands of different characters. I'm an indie, man. I don't need that on the screen at once. What am I gonna do with that? They're like, for these huge multiplayer, I don't need that. So all in all, I think it's a nothing burger. I'll just say Unreal 6 is basically a giant nothing burger. The only cool thing about like 5.8 they mentioned was that Megalights is production ready finally. So I'm gonna upgrade to 5.8, I guess, because I do use Megalights because my game is at night and I need lights. I don't use Lumen because Lumen's still hot garbage. It's so bad that they made Lumen light. They're like, well, Lumen sucks. Maybe if we make a less heavy version of it, people will use it. And Lumen Light might be good. Credit where credit is due. I haven't tested that one yet. There's not a DAS to Unreal plugin that works for 5.8 yet, so I can't switch until later. I'm going to test it though for sure. So all in all, even if they switch to Verse for some reason, they finally depreciate Blueprints out of existence, it'll probably be about 5+ years. I just don't think it'll happen. I think Verse is garbage because the people who use Verse told me it was garbage, and I just believed them. Nah, I mean, the people who use it tell me it sucks. Let's just assume they're right. That's my current take on it. Maybe at some point it'll prove better. Be good a couple years after PS6 comes out. The path tracing hardware? Yeah. The thing is you want to appeal to the... So I'm trying to fix this problem. I was curious what I'm about to do here. You want to appeal to the people who are, you know, to the largest possible audience. So you want support for all these different, you know... You want basically to be able to target the lowest computer you can. So I don't want to go with this ridiculous path tracing, God knows what, PS6... They already said that over half people on Steam have like a 1060 or like 1000 series graphics card still. So I mean, like, it's a lot of people to miss out on. For sure. So, yeah, I don't know. My target is running on the 1000 series card for this game. Yes, they have ambitious plans, ambitious ones. Yeah, foolhardy ones. They're very half-baked. Most of the things that Epic does are literally just buzzword crap that never pans out. Haven't you noticed how nothing ever gets made or finished or anything like that? It's just left as like on the cutting board of the, oh yeah, blah, 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 we decided to try this, and then they just never talk about it again. Like, every single update has to have some major thing, so it sounds impressive for stockholders, but they just never do. Yeah. I want an update where they just make all that stuff that's in, you know, experimental and beta and finish it. Just start finishing these things that you've made. I don't care about some new feature. You didn't fix the other ones. Why do I want another experimental feature? I have a bunch of experimental features in my game because they're the best I got. I'm gonna use them. Some of it frustrating, some are full of... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Actually, they're using 4 machines only. That's what they're... I mean... Yeah, you know, whatever works for them. At some point, when you see the price of the graphics cards right now, I don't know what it costs these powerful computers, it's just out of people's price range. So if you make your game so ridiculous that they need a card that costs $2,000, like, they're probably not going to play your game, or you're not going to have many people playing. And I think a lot of the AAA companies don't realize that, and that's why the indie games are actually doing so much better. I mean, besides all the weird woke, you know, God knows what crap they like to throw in there that nobody wanted, like ugly characters and stuff. Besides all that stuff, their audience is so tiny because nobody can run their game. No one has the hardware. You've literally wiped out over half the audience if you go over 1000 series card. If you need like a 3000 series card to run your thing, what percentage of the Steam users is that? Probably like 20% maybe. So for your game with hundreds of millions of dollars in it, how are you going to make your money back when you have no audience because you've wiped them all out? And they're like, but AI. Yeah, but AI is raising the price of all the hardware, so nobody can afford to play. Like, so it's really dumb. The whole thing is just real dumb. You're like, okay. And don't get me wrong, I'm pretty certain, like, you know, GTA 6 will do great. For sure. Because, I mean, it has enough content creators behind it who are going to do role-playing in it that alone will probably get the job done for advertising, I would assume. Probably. Maybe not. It is expensive. I'm still not betting against it. I'm not personally going to play it because I don't like the Grand Theft Auto games and never have. I don't know about that. I think that porting to PS5 first is a mistake because very few people have a PS5. Now these are loaded in. The room was a little too large on that. That's fine, whatever. Isn't this what rating Game Jam games? Like part in? Music in my ears? Yeah. 90 million PS5 sold? I mean, that's not that many people. Because you got to realize that not everyone is interested in those games, so your actual market is only a fraction of that. It makes much more sense for a big company to release on PC and PS5. I don't know why you would do that, you know, like, because you lose out on the hype, right? Because when a game first comes out, everyone's all excited by a new game. But if they've already seen all their favorite content creators play it because they couldn't play it on their system, so they just watched their content creator, now the game is no longer exciting. So when they release the new version, like on PC later, it now gets no fanfare. Nobody cares. The content creators have long passed. And other people have already seen it. So it's like, cool, great. That's what happened with like the Final Fantasy remake games for me too, and 16 as well. Like, I was like, cool, great, but I already saw people play this, man. I've seen the cutscene movies. I don't care about your game now. But had you released this on PC initially, I'd have bought them. I'd have bought them all. But instead, it's like a year later, the hype is dead. You might as well not even release it on PC at that point. The amount of money you're going to make is a fraction if you've just done it at the same time. Now, if you're like an indie, you should go on PC first anyway, probably, because it's just easier to do. But, you know, I could see releasing it on one thing for sure. But if you're a big AAA company, you're making a mistake releasing it on just one of them at a time. Just shooting yourself in the foot, especially when you need to make millions back. That's crazy. Crazy. These need to be loaded in here, and then this needs to be loaded here too. For Celebrate works for Rockstar Overtime. I mean, there's always going to be outliers, but the difference is they would have made a lot more money had they done it the other way. Celebrate also was kind of a smaller. Well, actually, they weren't smaller. But there's going to be some situations where it'll work out, sure. It's just they would have made a lot more because they lost out on a lot of hype. And that's the issue. It's just like, well, cool. You know, there'll be people who are excited that the PC one comes out now, and maybe you'll get the occasional content creator, but most people probably won't even notice its release. Why? Well, there's just not a lot of hype anymore. It's like, cool, great. And I realize there's people who get, you know, exclusive contracts with the various, you know, things like, you know, PlayStation pays them a bunch of money. And I get why you do it then because, you know, that's how you developed your game. You wanted the money, so sure. Okay. You're banking that the money they gave you makes up for the fact that you lost out on the initial sales that you would have got from the PC hype. If you didn't release on PC, you know, sure. Makes sense. Like when they did like Bayonetta or something like that for... Is that like a Nintendo one? I don't know. One of the companies paid them a bunch of money and the game would never have been produced without them. And that makes total sense. Like, yeah, the game wouldn't happen without you. Sure. Right. Makes sense. I might have to see what's visible through these two, but whatever. There might be a little popping on those until I figure that one out. Now, don't get me wrong. There's enough piece of the pie there. Like, you know, these are such big markets that for everybody else besides a AAA company, the money you can make off one engine is, I mean, you know, it's ridiculous money for us. But these people need to make hundreds of millions of dollars back. They need to profit max like crazy. Like, I make a Bayonetta Switch exclusive is smart. Kind of want to buy a Switch just play Bayonetta. That's fair, yeah. Well, like I say, like they were financed by Nintendo for at least one of the versions. I think the most recent version. Like, So it makes total sense. Like if Nintendo's the one, it's basically like a Nintendo exclusive at that point because Nintendo like paid them to have it happen. It's not like they just said, oh yeah, we want like minor exclusivity. Like they like basically footed the bill for the whole game. So in that instance, I mean, I don't fault them for doing that because they said that's why the game even got made. I was like, oh, okay, that's fair. This is the east side. And then this one here, the magician room. I guess I'll put the whole magician room. I don't know if I need it all in here, but let's just say there's a reason for it. Well, not that. That's some separate thing, but let's just add them all. Select the magician stuff. Add to the east room. Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm just gonna, do PC exclusive first, and then maybe go to consoles if the game does well. That's my plan. That's also because I'm one guy and can't support all the other engines. I don't even have the console, so I couldn't even test it on them. And I'd probably pay someone to port it over at that point if I was gonna. Though to be fair, with Unreal Engine, you can just, go out to the various things if you want. I forgot to load the rooms. Oh no. Not everything is loaded. A bunch of things are loaded though. I'm just gonna load up chapter 1 if I'm gonna do this and just do it all. Let's just go ham here. Make this work. Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah. So I wouldn't be able to do any of that. So it's wouldn't be very good for me for sure. I would have someone else support it probably. The issue is just being able to support the things after the fact it's released. Like, yeah, I ain't doing all that. I'm one guy. I recognize that I have limitations for sure. I realized that I didn't necessarily have these rooms completely loaded, so I might not have gotten everything in them. Oops. And this is south. To completely optimize this, I could literally check each window to see exactly what can be loaded in here, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to have it be as it is. It's just... That's fair. Yeah. I'm working under the theory that, I don't have the goodwill of the people because of releasing some Witcher game. I'm a nobody. So I'm going to need to support all I can. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure they'll probably be like the first week patches. I doubt it'll be day one because I'll be trying to figure out all the things. It'll just be me, so I won't be able to rush out a patch that fast, but I definitely expect there to be early patching as people find bugs that I just couldn't because I don't have the big testing group. But I'm going to run tests, so there's going to be like, a bunch of playtests done on Steam like that. There'll be invite playtests before I get to the actual demo for sure. Yeah, pretty much. I do have an idea for if there's a 2. I do. I have a plan. For sure. Yeah, north is that way. Okay, so yeah, this needs to be also in the east one. No, west one. Right, yeah. So this way it loads in when I run by it. But there being a Poppet Quest 2 will be contingent on 2 things. One, my health. If my health just sucks, I would probably... we'll see how this goes after this. But then 2, how well this does. Like, if this does poorly, probably not going to be a Poppet Quest 2, because why would there be a Poppet Quest 2 if it did bad? I had another game I was making anyway. Then I pulled away from it. But I'll just keep making Metroidvanias. Like if this one doesn't do well, I'll just build the next game on the you know, the skeleton of this one for sure. No reason to remake systems. Actually, I was supposed to check these windows. Wait, there's not even a window there. I didn't need to load that in there at all. Oh. Oh. Yeah, because there's no windows in that, so you can't see the safari room. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking there. I don't need that. Well, let's unload all that from there. I don't want that. Yeah. Into this room, double checked it anyway, and I'm double checking Patrick's room. Sometimes the data layers are a little confusing because, you know, things are in multiple data layers. Descendants. And we're gonna load this in the east one here, just make sure I'm not missing anything. I got over here and realized some things were grayed out, which means that they hadn't loaded everything in. And this one's on the east as well. Maybe the carnival room here. It's always so laggy when I have to load entire floors. Why is there anything in the safari room here? Oh. The cards. Oh. What? Man, it hates that particular one there. I don't know. NPC? What does NPC stand for? People abbreviate so many things. My memory for each thing is not so great. Move this to the machinery room. You can make this go away. Okay, I get it. Fine, stop it. I'm gonna move this from there. Yeah, those are terrible. Like, they're only good for like little tiny things, but as your project gets so big, they just can't account for everything. They just spit out code that you don't know what it is, and you have to go through it, sit there and try to figure out what it is and keep asking it things. And it's basically, it's really okay for like really tiny little projects and just not even remotely ready for the level of what we're talking about here. Move the tarot cards in there. Oh, now I want to get all things in here. I copy pasted a bunch of cards and now I'm figuring out the things that I screwed up on. This thing over here. Also, it needs to be turned 90 degrees. Still got to put new pictures on these two. Yeah, I get it. Go away, little thing. I don't care. It's blocking what I need here. Also, I suppose I should move myself back to the other side. Since I'm not testing anymore. The problem is that you're getting things where you don't know what it's done, and then when you have to tie it into other things, you don't have any idea. It just makes it take a long time. I really didn't do anything, did it? Because down here is where I have to change it. They don't scale well. They're definitely not ready for any kind of real project. I was laughing because the big companies got so invested in AI and everything like that and then they started getting all these news reports of them losing like, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars because of all the stupid AI they're using was creating code that they couldn't use. And they kept telling all their employees to use as much AI as possible, so they were paying so much for tokens. And it's not one company lost, but it's just so many companies are discovering that AI is a joke. But they're so invested, it has to work for them. That's the worst part. Therefore, it's really good at creating slop for social media. Does passable voice acting, though nobody can tell your voices apart, so it's makes your stuff have no like soul to it, basically like that. Music that's very mathematical. Yeah. But for code, it's actually just really bad. Because it scales poorly. Like this door. This door scaled poorly, I guess. Sure. I'm gonna go fix this stupid asset problem here. These aren't saving correctly, so go away. Is there another one somewhere? No. Can we save everything now, buddy? Pal, friend? The thing is, it's just the size of the things. Like, people really don't understand how many lines of code are dealt with here in like projects of this size. Like, how many files are like, there's so much going on in this. It's just AI just can't account for everything, and everything's so interconnected in the stuff it does, and it's got to call upon something that it's fine for tiny little projects. Maybe you want to have it translate a couple thousand lines of code, which is adorable. That's a small little amount. But unless it could feed all the different files that are necessary here so we can find out where all the various things are connected and everything like that into here, it would be unable to do anything. You'd have no concept of what was even to do. And maybe sometime, you know, when it can actually account for entire projects, like big projects, then it would work. But that's not true at all. The UI interacts with all kinds of different files. You know how many files are involved with the UI? Oh my god. This isn't even all of them, but you know, let me walk you through my... There's some blueprints involved, some data thingies involved, these things. This isn't including everything that's not in these directories. This is just some of the stuff that's involved with these. The UMG stuff, widgets. You play with, you know, these things, you're gonna have to play with a lot of things because there's a lot of interconnectivity here. And that's just some of the stuff. They built it off this UI sample pack thingy because this guy had a much better method for adopting for controller support, because the built-in controller support in Unreal is not great. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, like say for tiny little projects, AI is fine. That's the issue. Yeah, it's just when the projects get big, it just doesn't scale well. It just can't accomplish all the things. It needs to understand all the different stuff that's interacting. And if it doesn't, you're going to end up with problems down the road when it has to send information back and forth to stuff. And it's like, okay, cool, but I didn't know about this or that. And then you have to have a coder come in and fix it and all that. And it's basically like having a retarded person come in and, you know, say, yeah, this, do all these, like, you know, various things like that in the middle of doing a project. Like, it's like, okay, well, I could have this really smart person who knows what they're doing do it, but I'm going to have this retard come in, put a bunch of stuff in there, and then have the smart person come fix it. Yeah. So the underqualified person comes in, and the underqualified person is the AI. And then, you know, and whoever's piloting the AI, really. But that's not really a skill using AI. Any moron can do it. You just tell the AI what you want, and the AI fails at doing it. Anybody can do that. So that person's it's actually worse than that, because the retard comes in, the AI thing like that, and then another person tells it to do what to do. It's like, do this, do this, do this, this, and they wait forever, pay a bunch of money for all these tokens too. The AI fails, and then the intelligent person who literally comes in and fixes it, and they lost a bunch of extra money. That's what's happening with the big companies. But again, for a little tiny project where it can account for everything at once, it can work. It just can't. It doesn't scale. I was so good at coding in the beginning. Now base code under a minute, so I don't complain. I mean, you know, the issue is, you know, then you have to understand what it is. You have to go through and read all its code and figure it out. I mean, like, for a basis thing, it might be fine. I'd say whenever you don't have a very big thing that it needs to do, it's fine. I mean, I've asked AI questions before, and it can solve math problems pretty well for me. Like, you know, I suck at vector math, and having you explain the calculations necessary to do certain things. Oh, the analogy, yeah. But having you explain, like, the vector math to me is pretty helpful, because it can't get that wrong. It's such a tiny little thing that, yeah, like it understands. Now, if you ask it to do something in Unreal Engine, what it just told you was completely wrong. I've asked AI things before like that. It's just like, okay, well, I need to do these things, and it's like, do these, and it's like, this is using, like, it'll like have phantom nodes that don't exist. It's like, that's not even a node. It's like, oh, you're right. It's like, then why did you tell me? But it has been right on math. Like, you know, like say, it solved a couple of vector math problems where I just had no idea. I'm terrible with that kind of stuff. I'm not professionally a coder. You're gonna get a code more than 100 lines, you're gonna get stuck on more than you do. Yeah. Do it yourself, exactly. Like, it's just it. Like, it just doesn't scale well. And it's just the basic concept of it. It can't understand the whole project at once. Like, if it could view the whole project at once, then the AI would be great. Which, you know, Epic's one file for every single thing policy they do, where everything is like, this is a file, and this is a file, and this is it's the worst for AI. Yeah, same suck at vectors too? Yeah, that's just, you know, when it came to, like, you know, geometry, trigonometry, and, you know, calculus, I really wasn't much into those, you know. That's just it. Like, it just doesn't. It has to be a really tiny project. That's how you make it LLM friendly. The larger the project, the less friendly it is for LLMs. I mean, it's just the simple nature of it. Like, when you could put your entire project into that, it'd be a different story, but it just doesn't exist for Unreal Engine for sure, or anything big. Too many files required. Too many things. Too many moving parts. I mean, unneeded. Game devs would be like storage ready. Yeah. Find the fields. Yeah, once the AI can do everything, then as a game dev, you no longer matter. That's what's about to happen. Like, and people get so excited that they want the AI to do things like that, but as soon as using AI is not a skill, any moron can do it. That's the problem. So once it becomes so able to just design a game when someone asks, you're out of a job as a game dev, because they'll just ask the AI to make the game themselves. They don't need you. So that's like what they do with the art stuff now, like all the various art and the video creation things. They ask the AI to make it for them. The music things, same thing. Any moron can do it. It's not a skill to use AI. It's designed to be easy, so even the stupidest person out there can do it, no problem. Well, it does the when I say animations, I mean the like 15 to 30 second video clip things that it makes. That's the animation I'm talking about, not the animations in a game where, you know, it's like, do this like mocap thing. It doesn't do any of that yet. I think. I don't know 100% know on that, but I haven't heard of it yet. So, you know, it might already do it for all I know. But I think it could easily do that, though, is the thing, because that's a simple contained project. All it has to do is figure out how to move a simple mesh in a certain way. That's it. That's all. Yeah, I could figure that out. It's not part of some big, huge thing. So as long as you use the AI just for the tiny little stuff that's completely, not tied to the rest of the project, basically like that. Like, I wouldn't have it edit a file that interacts with the rest of the project. Oh god, no. That's a mistake. Hell, the BP Poppet here is like 30 to 40% of the game all by itself. This one stupid thing is so many things. It's so much stuff. Dear god. Mistakes were made if you play with this thing. You're playing with fire with how much they... It is everything. The rest of the game is full of all kinds of stuff, but yeah, it's just the interfaces alone. There's so many interfaces connecting so many things to her. That's because interfaces don't actually tie them together. They don't load other stuff like that. It doesn't add to her size map.
E6 is going to release C++, and it'll merge Fortnite inside server, base engine. And now you speak to AI and Blueprint, which code uses Blueprint for the backlash.
That's not entirely correct. They're not actually removing C++. At no point that. C++ is still the underlying code. What they want Verse to do is be the code on top of it that you work with. You can still mess with the C++. That's still in there. Because everything's still built in. They're not rewriting the whole engine. And then they want the AI to be in Verse because AI doesn't understand blueprints very well. It's hard to make it write blueprints. So they're like, well, Verse is easier to do. They often say it's more optimal, and Epic says a lot of things, okay? And almost nothing Epic says ever proves to be true. So I don't know why people are getting all in an uproar. We can look at the graveyard of features that they've supposedly added to each new version and seen how they never get out of beta or experimental. Look, what are we talking here? Don't get too excited. Verse is used in UEFN, the Unreal for Fortnite. And it's not very capable. Like, it's designed to make little stupid maps for Fortnite. Kind of like Roblox, essentially, for Fortnite. That's what they want it to be. And if you've ever tried to use UEFN, it doesn't have a lot of features. It's really very limited. I watched a streamer using it because I was like, I'm not going to download it and mess with it. I want to see them use it. And he was just explaining it. It's so limited on what you can do. And they want that to replace the thing that they've used for like 15 plus years. Yeah, okay. Good luck. You should probably, I don't know, finish it first. That's not how Epic do that. That doesn't sound good in a press release. Of course, neither are replacing blueprints, but it got attention. Them saying that, that's true. So we'll see on a lot of those things. But yeah, C++ will always be available, so if you know C++, you'll be golden. They really just want you to use Verse on top of it to replace blueprints. Which I think they're on correct, but that's just me. And most people actually, I think so far, I think they're on crack. I really haven't had a lot of people be excited by Verse yet. There's been a couple people like, blueprints are trash, blah blah blah, Verse good, blah blah. But for the most part, I think those people don't understand that not everyone's a coder. There's quite a few artists out there, This should not be in this room, it should be in there. Loading stuff that shouldn't load is weird. It should be moved to the music room.
I don't want the AI making my games. I love coding, designing, and debugging. It's no fun making the game. The game is no fun. Developers' feelings get the game. Yeah.
But what'll also happen is you'll have the same problem that a lot of the music has, and why people are really just not enjoying a lot of the AI music is it ends up being very samey. Because you're following calculations, do things like that. The AI is going to do things in a very specific way, and games are all going to start sounding just like that if they're made by the AI. It's what's happening with the AI videos and things like that. You can tell these things are just fake. Yeah, like it's just Black Soul. It's really the imperfections that give art, you know, life. The app wants to build the medium-sized studios versus transaction memory is worth it for multiplayer? Yeah. Well, it's worth it for massively multiplayer. But yeah, like a medium studio where you can have coders that are dedicated to that. Verse has a lot more appeal, but the issue is still going to be that artists don't code. So like, you know, you can have your artists work in and add in various like little things like that to deal with a lot of the graphic stuff. Your coders don't have to. A lot of the animation, things like that. And they understand the blueprints, but they don't understand verse, and they're unlikely to learn it because, you know, artists are visual and blueprints is visual, verse is just code. They didn't learn C++. I don't think they're going to learn verse. Verse can only handle 200 players per server? I mean, that still seems like a lot of people to me, but I remember them saying some bigger number than that I thought, but I could be wrong on that. My memory is like that of a coked out goldfish half the time, so you know. But I mean, if you know how to use verse, it might be better for those things. Like, I mean, there might be some people do. I just don't think they're gonna wholesale end up switching because too many pipelines already exist in too many companies. Yeah. People, those devs love talking, trash talking our languages. Also, they don't even use libraries for help. Yes, AI just create something out. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. A lot of the devs, like, it's funny to watch, like the number of devs I've encountered. Because I mean, I was a coder too, so I understand. Like, I didn't start out as a coder, but I learned JavaScript. I did a bunch of coding in that, sure. They just have a difficult time seeing things from other people's perspective. Like, ease of use is often a thing they don't understand because they look at it from this, you know, coder who just knows all these things like that. And it's like, these people don't know any of these things you're talking about. This is like a foreign language to them. It's like you walked up to this person and it was only English and you just talked to them in Spanish. They don't understand. It's going to take a bunch of time trying to figure out this stuff. So you got to look at it like that. Like, you're literally talking in a foreign language to these people. They're not going to learn your foreign language. They're unlikely to. It takes a lot of effort. You're like, whoa, blah, blah. You already know coding languages. Learning another coding language is easy because you understand coding logic. You understand the basics of that. This person doesn't know any of that. So getting him in there is going to be real tough. And they already have another skill that you don't have. Wait until they start talking to you about all the art things that they do. See what you know, right? You know, like. So I think that a lot of people, I mean, it's probably not just coders that, you know, like, have a hard time viewing things from other people's perspective. But I definitely see them be very vocal about it. Not all of them, sure. Yeah, I mean, not everyone's. It's probably just, you know, like a selection bias type thing. Like, I see more people on like the social media trash talking than the people who aren't trash talking, because the people who sit there and trash talk sit on social media all day. Keyboard warriors, right? They're technical artists. You need to know art, software, and scripting. Yeah, but they have different scripting in their own things too, and it's not quite the same as like they're like, you know, typing out code or anything. Like, their scripting is often much simpler because, you know, these people realize they're appealing to artists and not, you know, to coders. Artists don't often think quite the same way coders do for the most part. I always tell people I have like an art brain and a coder brain, and they don't work together. Like, if I'm in coder brain today, art brain is not doing its thing. It's also like designer brain and like writer brain too. Like, they all do their different things. It can't be all of them at once, because if I try to be all at once, it's so like the thought processes are all way different. Some days I'm just like, this is what I want to do. This is just what my thoughts align with. But now I work under the follow the money theory for, you know, what's going to happen. And these big companies are just not going to throw out everything they've done to adopt something new. Because training all the people to work on that new thing like that, changing your entire setup for these people who've made I don't know how many games with their current setup, is expensive and time consuming. These professionals are paid a fortune. You're going to take how many months to retrain your whole company? Really? To redo all the stuff? All the different, like, you know, methods you have of doing everything? You're just going to throw all that out? Really? Epic thinks you're gonna do that. Really? No. That happens. That's so expensive to do. Oh my god. Could you imagine, like, you know, Rockstar just going, yeah, man, screw all this shit. We're gonna throw out everything we just did. And we're gonna do a whole new method for everything. Yeah. Laying stuff out, they're throwing it out, yes. I mean, they lay off some staff anyway, because they were, like, every company's been laying off staff for other reasons. Yeah, well, I mean, just any company, really. Just as a big example. And they might eventually switch to Unreal for all we know. A lot of companies are. But, you know, any big company, any AAA company, Ubisoft, do they even still exist? I don't even know who exists anymore. Pick your favorite AAA company, then ask if they would throw everything out to use some whole new method of doing things. Or if they would just say, nah, man, I'm just going to keep using what's already there. Yeah, you get my point, though, is what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not sure. I think Ubisoft might. One of the ones, it might have been Activision. One of the ones that was saying they use blueprints for their AI, like for, you know, like their character AI and everything like that. I think it was, I don't know. I think Activision, Ubisoft, these people are all the same people in my mind. I can't tell these AAA companies apart. So, oh, yeah, switching to Unreal 6 does not mean you adopt Verse. They said they're going to depreciate blueprints. They're not depreciating it at the start of Unreal 6. They haven't even specified when they're going to get rid of it. Just like at some point. So switching there doesn't mean anything. Mine's RGU Studio, though. They do it. They do it. What do they do? I think I missed part of what was said here. I said a lot of things. Which thing are we referring to? And all that. It's 5:56 a.m. for me, by the way, so I'm hitting that point of I probably should be only going a little bit longer on the stream. I need to add this to the west side too. West side. Fix this problem. Mainly with the music. But actually, the music room can't be seen from that side. It can only be seen from this side. This goes to the north. But yeah, we'll see. I expect Verse to fail pretty bad. The lacking in capability. The fact that no big company that's working with Unreal is going to want to switch. I guess we can use like Square Enix as an example, because they use Unreal. And they're not going to switch all their crap. They just made all the Final Fantasy Remake games in this. There's no world they switch. Why would they? Is this not in the room? Really? Wow. None of these are in the music room? They are. Oh. Hmm. There you go, see? That ought to show you how quickly they're willing to adapt to these things. They don't even bother. I thought they switched to 5 for the second remake game, because I remember the first one they were all over that, but then they talked about how like new technology would let them do the bigger open world. They moved to Unreal 5, but these companies also edit the engine. Yeah, like they're not going to adopt Verse. They're like, nah, I'm good. Why? Why would they? The only people are going to adopt Verse for certain are probably going to be Epic, maybe. Actually, I mean for certain. They might adopt it. We'll see. Is it? Could have sworn they said they were using Unreal 5. Maybe not. Fantasy 7. Wait, was Rebirth the one? Or was it... Which one was which? Which is the second one? I don't even remember. Uh, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, well, Wiki, it says it was used in UE4. Whether or not Wiki's right, I don't know, but I'm willing to accept it for purposes of I don't care that much. Yeah, they're saying UE4. So again, like, these AAA companies don't exactly change their methods at all. They're just like, nah, man. Yeah, let that be said. To everyone who thinks they need to switch to UE6, they made the Rebirth game in UE4. Why did I switch to UE5 again? Why did I just stick with UE4? To be fair, they heavily modify their version, sure. All the big companies do, you know, when you have the legions of programmers that can do that. Meanwhile, I switched to this because I was like, well, there's certain things it gives me that I could never do, like this movement system. I would never be able to afford to have this movement system. This window doesn't connect very well. Whatever. I'll take whatever tech I can to help me out. For sure. Edit this, please. This is one giant level instance. Gotta love them optimizations. I get the feeling the window wasn't quite big enough. I wasn't very exacting when I made the holes for the windows, so there's that. Yeah, people really underestimate how powerful those things are. But just think about it, you know, if they made if they made Final Fantasy VII, you know, Rebirth without having Nanite, which is so great apparently, or Lumen. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, people keep talking about all these, like, you know, things they're gonna add in 6 and all these things like that, and there's plenty of things in Nanite that are still in, you know, freaking experimental. Like in this version, I'm pretty certain that skeletal meshes for Nanite were still experimental, and then they had like experimental landscapes as well for it. But if I enable Nanite, I lose like 20 FPS and a bunch of the rooms just crash. Like, Nanite's a mess. I have Lumen disabled. Lumen's a mess. Lumen, like, ruins my entire lighting, makes it look like trash. Everything gets this weird foggy look to it. It's horrible. Everything's super black. You can't see anywhere. I have to have thousands of lights to have anything. It just looks really bad. Yeah, so like, no one's really using this stuff. It's like, you need really powerful hardware to use these things. It's like, that's so great. Yeah, well, it's just it. Like, a lot of these gacha games often like run on really low hardware, right? I mean, there's way more mobile players than there are all the other things combined. More people have phones. If you want to target the biggest market, you should have a low enough, you know, threshold that you can actually just run your game on a phone. It's the best plan. Unfortunately, I don't really like a lot of phone games. In fact, I like almost none. And most of those games can also be played on a PC, but it's just the types of games they play on that usually don't appeal to me very much. Also, the amount of money I have to make this profitable for me is nowhere near what they have to make, so there's that. That's true. Oh, yeah, I could say the level instance too. But yeah, I mean, I go for more of a stylized look. I don't need hyper realistic because that just means it doesn't run on anything. Plus, you know, in a game about adults fighting to the death or whatever, hyper realistic graphics are weird. I'm already have a premise that is so fantastical that, I mean, like, it'd be really off for sure. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm just fixing the problem there of the not being able to see stuff outside. While doing it in a way that it doesn't kill the game's you know, resources. I see plenty of ones that are like that. The real trick you want to do, I think, is Google Play. Get your game on Google Play. The number of weird like RPG Maker knockoffs I've seen on there or whatever, that alone says a lot. Like you can sell your RPG Maker game on Google Play. And they just pay you for like hours people are playing it. Oh, sorry, Play Pass, my bad. You get on Play Pass. Google Play is the market. Play Pass is their thing like that. And I mean, people must make money off it because I keep seeing more and more games get added to it, and I'm like, not bad. Okay, a lot of things didn't load in there. Must have had the wrong one. This is... Is it? I mean, I don't know too much about it. But a lot of games make money. You'd be surprised. I mean, like, people keep making them, so they must be making something. You'd be surprised if they weren't making some money. Your game just has to also be, like, you know, stand out somehow, too. I mean, if you just make another, you know, survival game in the woods, you're not going to get a lot of appeal from that, you know? Like, you're just another one. I mean, just another one seems not great. Did I not load these into the north one? I was just higher community. Yeah, well, there's way more games in there, sure. I base my stuff off of the game animation sample. It's a free thing on Fab that Epic made. Yeah, this thing here. And it comes with basically, yeah, all these like 500 plus movements to do all sorts of crazy things. And Epic's just like, yeah, do it for free. So it'll vault over things. You know, so it just does it. That's one of the reasons I switched to, I believe 5.4 was what brought this one about. And 5.5 had a better version of it. And then 5.6 had an even better version, but no, 5.7 had the better version. They never made a 5.6 version, I think. I don't know. Whatever the case, you get really good movement. It's kind of weird to work with. That's why my character doesn't look all stiff. And it's entirely free. Epic's so nice. Yeah, the amount of samples they provide, like they have a whole game samples, like this is crazy. Yeah, want to read my animation movements by a 3D baller and make it next year? I mean, you can. A lot of times I just take, I edit some of the animations. I remember editing animations for... I mean, I edit any animation because a lot of times things will miss Poppet because she's so tiny. So the size difference forces editing animations. I know for this character it had almost no animations. Like, now you can actually make use of... They have a new system to map things better, so you can actually make use of a lot of animations for models that weren't built for it, but this is not it. iPhone LiDAR is pretty good for mocap? Yeah, but I don't own an iPhone because I'm poor. Also, I don't really... I'll just wait till they have a good one for Android. It's perfectly fine. That's my theory. I'm not close these other ones here because I'm going to open. This one too. I don't need two musics, it's annoying. Let me move it over here for this thing here. Yeah, like the new mocap stuff they have coming out in 6 is supposed to be pretty, or maybe it's in 8, I don't know. I mix up which versions are which. But yeah, I mean, like I've been editing animations for this character here when he loads in. First load's usually really bad for these things. Why are you down there? I have questions, little buddy. You should not have spawned down there. I think I need to fix the room info for this or something, because I had to rotate the whole building at one point.
Not very accurate there, Patty, are you? Get bonked in the head, loser. His first phase is really weak. He often just runs up, tries to hit you, and bite you. Later on, he starts spitting things at you, and then he plays Donkey Kong with you in his final phase, so... He's the first boss, so he's not particularly the most cool boss. Wait, did I not give you an Amish? Oh, he's an Amish again. Oops. But it's because he has such a weird body, I had to make a lot of the animations for this guy. Who buys the flagship Android stuff? It's usually not hardly any better than the other stuff there, and it's... I mean, nothing needs it, so it's like, cool, great, but why would I buy this? Why do I have death as an option? I have questions. I should not have this as an option. I didn't give this thing extra abilities yet, but... Now I can do a second phase or use other things like that. But you can actually edit the animations to do things, so... Like, I just take pre-existing ones there like that. That's how he's able to bite me. There was no bite animation. They had an almost new animation for this one there. Even has a laugh thingy, too. Yeah, there's always people that do these things. Most people don't, though, so it's pretty unusual. But there's always going to be some people, for sure. This is such an unfair weapon to have against him. It life drains. So I can just sit there and keep hitting him like an idiot. You can't do anything about it. Unfair. Unfair. I gave you a lot more health, didn't I? He starts spitting things now. He also spits out helpers too. But at this point, the cameras have gotten so ridiculous that, you know, even the budget things have a camera that's like 50 plus megapixels, and you're like, cool, great. In fact, I use my phone as the camera for this because my phone had such a better, like, you know, camera on it than any of the webcams. I was like, why would I just use my phone so much better than these? What's the point? Like, what are we doing here? I'll throw these at you. I keep waiting to even use this. Right, it's 6:12 a.m. That's why. That should really hurt. And I have very low everything. Well, not sanity. I think there's a few too many lights in this room. I might want to reduce them. Maybe not, though. I'm trying to be pretty friendly with this room. It gets less friendly with the final phase for sure. Running testing here. I should have just been using death against him. This is such a broken thing. I shouldn't have this. It's so stupid. There's no point where this is even in the game yet. You're supposed to have, what, the Fool, the Empress, the Magician, and maybe Temperance for this fight, and that's it. I should be using the big old thing. Giant hammer. Extra damage. Do your final phase, you jerk. I might trigger his final phase earlier than that. Okay, summons helpers. Yeah, like in his final phase, you have to get to the right door like that, and then these will slide down and they'll fill the area with water, and if you happen to be out there, you're just dead. Battle just ends. Apparently, the water moved to where it's not supposed to, so there's a bunch of things I need to change, apparently.
At one point I rotated the whole building because the map was more vertical, and I realized that, you know, screens are horizontal. And so a bunch of things I'm discovering need to be re-rotated to go with the fact that I rotated that, including the water here. Which, where are you at? Patrick's room. Yeah, I think it's rotated the wrong way, yeah. Yeah, you know. This is why I'm testing things. So 145 and 57. That didn't look like it helped at all.
Anyway. Anyway,
I was mentioning the whole animation thing like that, and if you open up an animation, yeah, sadly you can get to the final portion of it because that's the best part, where like you have to run up the sides and he starts rolling spike balls down you, like down these like ramp things, like it's Donkey Kong. You have to get to the top and hit him, and then he'll you know, jump back down to the center, and you'll play like that, and he'll move to another one and keep doing that. Unfortunately, the water was in the wrong location, just killed her, but yeah. I have to remember how to edit these things. I've forgotten. But I'll probably end up doing a bunch of the boss work tomorrow night. I'm already approaching 4 hours, so, and I was supposed to stream less, like, long because of the health problems, so sitting too long in there is not good for me because my spine ends up too bent from sitting there. Stitch Creature Pack, where was it? This is not the one. You should be able to edit. Interesting. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, you select the bone you want, and then you can edit it, move it around, and then when you get what you want, you can make a key for it. You do plus key, and then from that point on, it'll edit the thing like that. So then I can do like this and move back down. And do like a key there. And he goes. And you just do that for any bone you want to change, and you can add your animation like that. So I'm gonna do second keys because I don't want to do that. That's a terrible plan. Don't want to ruin my thing. But yeah, the best strategy is just duplicate a pre-existing animation that you want to make that change around, and then just start moving the bones. Just duplicate the file. Yeah. Yeah. We got the bed set up pretty much. Do not read. I'm reading games for game jams. Half them are not related to the theme. What is reading? As a victim of the public education system in the United States, I can tell you that reading is not part of the curriculum. who reads, right? Reading's for other people, right? Read, understand. Is the chat not showing up on the screen? Okay. Oh, it looks like it's there. Interesting. I don't see it on the back end for YouTube. They usually stream to Kick, Twitch, and YouTube at the same time since it's just an extra button necessarily, so try to combine all the chats to make it work, but sometimes technical difficulties are real. Okay. Good to hear. Thanks for the report on that. Yeah. Sometimes they'll chat back and forth. Oh, back when I was streaming more often. I'm definitely gonna make more streaming regular streaming a thing. For sure. As long as the health problems don't make it, where it's like. Yeah. Alright. Good. Oh. Alright. I think I call it at that point. Thanks for chatting, guys. I figure tomorrow I'll work on the boss fight and fix it because, like I say, all those rotating of things and everything has broken so many things. And where I used to be able to play through 3 to 4 hours of the game, I now cannot. But it fixed my map problems, so I guess it was worth it. Yeah. Thanks, Adolf. I shall indeed. Hopefully you have a fun rest of your day. You too as well, Rudra. And I think I'm just gonna let people wander off to whatever, rather than do rating out everything. Yeah. And everyone else who is silently watching in the shadows, creepily staring at me with those longing eyes. Oh my. Thanks for watching as well. I'll be back tomorrow about 4 hours and 22 minutes earlier than this. Oh, yeah. Good to see you too, Helm Vector. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow about at least 4 hours earlier than this, so if you're bored and want to see me work on stuff, see you then. And if not, well, I see how it is. Alright, catch you later.